Du klappar.
Nej, det spelar ingen roll.
Ja.
Hello, welcome.
Bra då. Nej, jag kan inte klappa.
Clap. It's like the story where two
Good job.
man who claps with one hand.
Fantastic. Okay, so hello and welcome back to this next session of how can this group of stupid people get themselves killed today. This time it seems like execution is on the menu. But first, a recap of last week's session. The session started with the three of you in the arena at Lord Dante de Cosmo's ball, where you were to face off against the De La Nuit twins, Eileen and Arlette, in the final round of this little tournament. You got completely stomped, just absolutely steamrolled by these twins, by an explosive arrow followed by a fireball that just kind of blew up the whole group. Dara instantly got knocked down. Jaxson got shot by Eileen, but did actually get one singular hit in before that. And then Storm just decided to lay down on the ground and surrender. So after shooting Jaxson, Eileen came up to you and asked if this was a surrender or not, or if she had to continue shooting you. And you just stayed there and decided not to get back up. So they declared victory, and the tournament was over in 1.5 rounds.
I could have defeated them.
You then headed back to the changing room, where you found a guard who was walking out of your room, acting kind of suspiciously, claiming to have been sent by someone who saw someone enter the room, and that he was going to investigate the bags and whatnot. Looking through your stuff, you did find a strange scroll with a script, looking quite ancient and incomprehensible. But Jaxson decided to try to read it anyway, despite not really understanding what it said, and ended up having a vision of what looked like the past. With the Thromaran banners all over Venderthal. You then, after the arena stuff was over, you decided to lure Nicodemus out into the garden house, or Dara did that, whereas Storm was waiting for him inside. You quickly stabbed him to death and stuffed his entire body into the bag of holding. And as you were leaving, you saw Jaxson being approached by Clarabelle. The two of them had a bit of a confrontation after she dragged him onto the dance floor, and Jaxson just acted like an a-hole and continued lying and just being dishonest in general. And so she just left, saying that you're not worth it. And that concluded that little bit of romance.
No romance there.
Well, one-sided.
That's in chat.
For a little while.
Yeah, the Fritz Jackson romance was better.
Nah, that was a bromance.
Yeah.
Uh,
No, Aris and Dara, that was spicy.
Well, like, Fritz was still stuck in the mourning of his wife.
No.
It's a bit
Hedvig and Dara, or whatever that name, the old lady.
We shall not speak
Oh,
of
Helga.
Helga and Dara. Yeah.
Well, you did see her last session in the bathhouse with another young man.
So I'm just gonna take a damaging spell next time.
By the way, after taking care of Nicodemus, you were considering also killing Revan Goldenoak in order to solve your little situation with Clarice. However, talking to him and talking with people, you discovered that Revan Goldenoak is in fact Clarice's uncle, I think you actually found out about that when Clarice approached you with Elahan Golden Oak saying that he was her cousin. And so you kind of started to suspect that Revan is probably also relatively closely related, and I think Jaxson, you would want to approach him and his wife, and mentioned the Lanui sisters, and he said something that, oh yeah, they're my nieces. You also discovered that your characters have birthdays, so that was interesting. Set a roll for that and realized that Storm's birthday is already passed, and that your birthdays, one of them is coming up soon. I can.
Mine is coming soon.
Sure.
No, mine is coming up soon.
What's your month?
4th or 3rd.
Okay, yours.
Yeah.
Yeah, Flowers Root. 10th of Flowers Root is Jaxson.
Rick.
And then
6.
Trying to steal my
9th
spot
of Summer's
now.
Warm is Dara's.
Mine was second. First.
Storms was the first of Meadows Bloom.
Care the worst.
Either way,
But the first, that's the best.
either way. You then, I think, Storm, you flew away with Dara's fly spell and like dumped the body somewhere. And came back. Jaxson got really drunk and left with Dara a bit before the ball was over. And as you were walking back to the tavern, a strange, dark-clad man brushed up against your arm, Jaxson. But not suspecting anything strange, you kept going and spent the night at the inn. Storm coming to join you a few, like 15 or so minutes later. The following day, you went to the Outcasts to prepare for the assassination of King Grimwald. And so you went to the hideout and you spoke with Rembert and had to wait for Emerin. So you went to Schreiber to get the scroll investigated. And when you got there, you realized that it was gone, missing from your satchel. And so you had to rely on descriptions instead. But Schreiber, being quite intelligent and above all knowledgeable about magical artifacts, managed to kind of figure out what it was, or at least having a hypothesis of what it was. And told you that it is has to do with time-related things, and that you need to be careful, that it is extremely powerful and dangerous, potentially affecting your sanity. After that, you waited a bit longer, and eventually Emerin arrived and led you to the palace, signaling some fellow outcasts on the way. As you got there, you entered the throne room and found King Grimwald sitting on his throne, fully armored in plate, seemingly expecting you, great sword in hand. But he talked to you rather than just relying on violence. Offered you full pardon, despite having tried to murder him, if you just stood down without bloodshed. Surprisingly, Dara seemed to be the most against.
Yeah, that was actually
like, no,
so.
we're killing this fool. We're killing this fool. Whereas the two of you were kind of down to just put down your weapons and hear him out. He also offered some potential future work together, employing you as a sort of mercenary under the crown. And so you did decide to surrender. Emerin was punished with banishment from the area around the palace, but was even allowed to stay in the country despite his previous attempt to murder the king as well. A failed attempt. You then headed back to a smaller room after, of course, Clarice, Louis, and Major Women, along with the other United Brigade soldiers, revealed themselves to have been in the throne room all along. You headed back with the king and Clarice to a smaller room with a big map, where you were instructed to head to the Old North Keep, where a new group of strange people has arrived, driving bandits away from the location. In the middle of the discussion, Storm randomly just decided to confess that he had been the one who murdered Nicodemus the previous night, which instantly just caused the room to go silent, followed by a "you what?" sort of expression. So you tried
I didn't say it right out. I didn't say, "Oh, we killed Nicodemus."
No, you say
I
you
got
killed Nicodemus.
Code wordy, but
You were very clear with what you had done, and upon being probed a bit more, you did eventually confess straight up that you were the one who murdered him. Partially taking the heat off of your companions in the process, but still. Clarice then declared that the group of you was under arrest, specifically Storm being charged with the murder, but the two of you being held as accomplices, and Major Women, along with several other Nighthead Brigade soldiers, stormed into the room and put you in shackles and started leading you away. And that is where we left the last week's session.
lovely.
Now, Jaxson, you wanted to do a history check. So go ahead and roll one.
How,
That was
Balls.
Oh,
That was a good
how are we going to die? Is the question.
20.
Okay, so the history check was about the ways people execute
In Beleren.
get executed in Beleren. Right. Well, you know that executions in Beleren, after the war, you got a 20. Right. So after the war, there was a lot of beheadings in general, a lot of the former Thraman nobility that refused to surrender and such. People were publicly executed by getting their heads cut off. But in the time that followed that, executions got more rare. With a 20, I would say that you know that they prefer to, rather than straight up execute people, send them off to the mines in Bluedale. Mines that are infamous across the entire Dawn world, that almost nobody survives more than a couple months.
So we're basically sent to Goliath.
We're basically going to be slaves.
It is also, since you got a 20, and I think I've mentioned this before, you also know that the mines in Bluedale is where King Grimwald worked before becoming a king.
Yeah.
However, there are various levels of danger in the different mines. Some mines go deeper and are more dangerous, others are not as dangerous, but it is seen as a kind of trial of destiny, that if you're destined to survive, or if you survive, it is because you were chosen to do so, and that destiny or the gods or whatever higher power is in place has decided that you are supposed to live.
As we're going to be famous from an old tale.
Also, it is highly profitable for the kingdom to get free labor in the mines, because they get their famous sapphires from Bluedale. The sapphires that also gave their color to the Babylonian flag.
And that is what he has in his crown.
Yes. I will also say, because I completely forgot to describe a lot of things when you entered the throne room, because I don't think I ever mentioned that in game, but of course he has his silver crown with a blue gemstone, this sapphire-like stone in the center, and also over the throne you see this huge sapphire mounted on the wall.
On the wall.
Yeah.
On the wall.
It's not on the actual throne, it's above it, like mounted
Good.
in
Good.
the wall, so don't worry about it. But that is where we left off. and you are currently being transported by Major Wimond and several other Nighttide Brigade soldiers out of the palace. However, when they do so, they cover you up by throwing what is essentially blankets over you.
Nice.
I have
I
extra
eat the blanket. No.
Are you gonna do anything?
No.
They're leading you away. Their hands are shackled.
I pull out my wings.
Okay, so
They're
they
lifeless
lead
wings.
you away. You are all blinded for the duration, unable to see the ground below you. See the cobblestone lit by the still early midday sun. It almost feels a bit too nice for a day to be imprisoned on. The sun is nice and pleasantly warm.
The blankets.
There's no wind. It's just a nice day, ruined by bad
Execution.
circumstances.
Mm-hmm.
So you're taken away. You walked for a few minutes. Probably not too far away from the palace. Before you're taken into some structure with a stone floor. You're taken to some stairs going down. These spiraling stairs that lead quite far down below ground. Storm, when the blanket is removed, you see that you are in a very small cell. Probably only like 2 by 2 meters ish. Which would be what, like, how many feet would that be? It would be like 7 by 7 feet,
Yeah.
probably.
Cozy.
There is nothing in there, not even a window, no source of light. There's just a blanket in a pile of, like, some straw on the ground. That is all you see. And behind you, there's this solid steel door that is just shut completely, taking all light away.
Jesus
You are in
Christ.
total darkness
Ah.
in this tiny little room. I will say, of course, they have taken all your things and searched you before that. But you only keep your clothes, and that's it.
The glasses.
They would even take some of the clothes, like you only have the most basic clothing
My
articles
fucking
left.
coat,
Your
dude.
coat is
Bruh.
Did it take tornado?
What
yeah, I
happened
mean, the tornado is in the bag, and the bag is taken. The
Okay,
two of
yeah.
you, when the blankets are taken off of you, you're in different rooms, although they're not as bad as Storm. The room Storm has.
No!
You are actually not taken underground, so you have windows in your rooms, although there are these small windows towards the, like, close to the ceiling. It's just enough to let some light through. And of course there are metal bars that block any type of escape. The same thing has been done to you. Your things have been taken from you.
What? I have no weapons.
You have no weapons, and you have
Bruh.
only the bare minimum clothes needed to keep you fully clothed. You do, however, have a proper bed in your rooms, as well as a chair and a table. Although the chair is not very comfortable, it's very bare minimum type thing. And there is also a lantern on the table, or tables, since you're in different rooms.
Can we see each other, like steel doors?
No, you're in completely different rooms. Like, there are solid stone walls around you.
Right.
You do, however, in your doors, instead of being like these solid steel doors, they're these kind of steel bars.
Okay, so it's like the typical prison.
yes.
niche.
Before They put you in there, though. I will say both of you, actually,
Me?
Jaxson and Storm, you get your shackles taken off of you. With
Nice.
Dara, they keep them on.
What?
With these kind of steel gloves that
Oh.
prevent your fingers from moving.
Haha.
To prevent you from casting most spells.
What if I can cast spells?
I am a 2-level wizard. Did you know this?
What if
level
Clarice Delannoy knows what you are capable of and
I'm level
place
14
you in
wizard.
different departments based on what you can do.
I'm gonna do portal away.
So, when you're in your cells, does anyone want to do anything?
Well,
My book is gone as well.
I'm gonna do training montage.
I'm gonna check one thing out.
You know, the ones you have in prison, you know.
Yeah, it's one thing that I'm just gonna check out for.
I will
Okay.
say, while you're checking that stuff, Storm, you do hear that there are guards outside. Because although the door is completely solid, you can still hear things through it. It's not completely isolating.
Yep.
So occasionally you hear them say something. But not anything interesting or substantial.
Try to talk with them.
I just nothing.
Okay, this is a technicality question for the DM because my familiar has this ability where you can, as an action, temporarily dismiss it or reappear it, but it doesn't actually count as me casting a spell.
Can I see the spell?
Yeah,
So-
it's
Gonna try.
it's that part if you want to read the exact.
Steam
Well, I want to know.
So that's why I just want to check out if I can do that. If not, then sitting back.
What do I?
I'm pretty sure I haven't summoned
Mystics
Steam
will be
Penis before,
open
so
these prisons.
that's why I'm asking.
Right.
Mhm.
Did you recast the spell though? Because
Yes,
you got-
I recast the spell.
Okay, yeah.
I did that.
Right. Yeah.
Congrats, you can cast Steam Penis. What will you do with Steam Penis though?
Sure. I'll allow it.
Okay.
You can
Summon.
summon him, but you need to give the verbal command for it.
All right.
Steam Penis.
Go up, Steam Penis.
Go up! You don't make this any better.
That's like the worst
Yeah.
possible word to use.
Get hard thinking.
Rise.
Rise! David Peter!
I couldn't resist.
Okay, what is Steam Penis?
Yeah, he pops up.
Yes.
Um,
And,
There are guards who occasionally patrol the
Yeah.
hallway, though.
yeah, but the
Can't
fun
be
thing
invisible.
about Steam Penis is that he can become invisible.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what he's
I know
gonna
that.
do. I'm just gonna
Give me a stealth check to speak the command word silent. Because I assume you're going to
Rise
do
up!
that.
Steam Penis!
14.
14.
Oh, wait. I'm just gonna check. Yeah, 14.
Pretty good.
Gucci gang.
Let me check. 14. Oh, wrong. Not wrong thing.
Steam Penis is
14, thou sayest.
Yes.
Okay. You say it. I suppose you instantly make him go invisible.
Yeah.
A guard does, however, a nighttime brigade soldier, does come up to the kind of cage door and just says, "What did you say?
What?
You're commanded to keep quiet in here.
I'm sorry.
I clearly heard you speak. What did you say?
I'm just talking to myself.
And what did you say?"
Rise up!
Well, I said,
Stand your ground.
I said, here we go again, deception check.
Right?
Here we go. We'll get. What will he do with you knowing he lied? What?
17.
Well,
Alright.
you say, oh, you lied. What did you
Oh
say?
shit! We will go.
I feel like that's pretty common for us to
Pretty
say.
accurate.
Just keep your gob shut from now on. Understood?
Do I hear this?
Bro, you just got called.
What's your passive perception?
13.
13. You hear some people shouting up and quite like further away
I
occasionally.
Nice. When you have nothing to do, dude.
I'm on my training montage. Okay?
Oh, yeah, right. Yeah.
Okay, so does anyone else want to do anything more? Do
Training
you want
montage.
to do anything with the...
Yes, there's the one thing. First of all, just to make sure that they don't feel like it's weird, Dara is going to go to bed and try to make it seem like she's sleeping while she actually moves her consciousness into steam penis and tries to get through the prison bars to see if he's small enough.
He's a smaller tiny creature? Smaller.
I'm gonna check it
turn
out.
into an owl.
Tiny.
He's tiny.
Oh.
Yeah.
Whoa!
Sting penny.
Think it-
In
quite
that case,
small
yeah, sure,
penis.
I will allow that.
Technically, he's also a shape changer, so.
Well, yeah, but definitely if he's tiny, he can squeeze through bars. Because it's made for small creatures.
I
like
wonder what the
that.
fuck you're gonna do with this, though. Okay, go
Uh,
for it.
so
I'm
yeah.
gonna check out how it looks.
So,
Kill
Sure.
some people.
Stinkinis manages to... Stinkinis manages to squeeze through the bars.
Yeah.
And he is now in a corridor. It has been lit by kind of torches. And these wall scones. And you see some soldiers that are kind of patrolling. Towards one end of the corridor, there's like a small table where some of the guards are playing dice. There are more holding cells, kind of similar to your own.
The steam pianist, or Dara in this case, wants to go and check out the cells to try to find Jaxson and Storm.
Okay.
To see where they are.
Yeah, good luck finding me.
So yeah,
She doesn't know where they are.
Sting Penis kind of heads to the right, or you head to the right. And kind of in the far end around like a corner, you do see a cell very similar to your own, where Jaxson is sitting. I don't know if you're sitting on a chair or if you're just punching the wall and like jumping around, like, jumping jacks and whatnot.
Oh yeah, when Dara speaks, she's the devil, but when he does his training montage, they're like, ooh, ooh,
Yeah, you see Jaxson just working out.
I'm gonna beat the shit out of
Oh, he
somebody.
levels up now.
Yeah, he beats up the wall so much that he gains so much
that's
XP
why-
and
Yeah.
levels up.
That's why you do training montage, okay?
Yeah,
I don't know, try that.
yeah, it didn't work. But they're good for roleplay though. Yeah, Steam Penis moves around a little bit more, checks out the surrounding,
Right.
you know.
Yeah, there's no sign of Storm. Looking through kind of windows and such, trying to determine where you are, you would assume that you're somewhere just outside the Hammersburg port. I think you know from much earlier that there is a part of the city where the kind of garrisons are for the Nighttide Brigade. And since every soldier you see is a Nighttide Brigade soldier, you can kind of determine that you're probably in that area where their keeps are. Because this is not a regular house that you're in. You're definitely in a kind of keep.
And how many guards would I say there are in this part?
In the greater corridor that you're in,
Yeah.
probably like 5 or 6 of them.
Alright, and most of them are playing dice, right?
There are like 3 of them that are playing dice, so the 3 are patrolling around. One is kind of staying in Jackson's general area, one is staying closer to you, another one is in another part.
And just to make sure that the cliche works, does one of the guards have a large set of keys that are dingling?
Yes, no.
Yeah. Well, I make it short round checking to see if I can find, keys. I guess
surprisingly, there does not seem to be any keys.
Just open the door. Hey, yo, Blue, open.
Unless you're gonna try to explore the rest of the keep and break into different parts.
Not at this moment. No, I just want to make sure to see what we have at the
Hey,
moment.
yo, Blue, open.
Oh,
Does the
that's...
door open?
No.
Uh,
Do you say that?
no.
Oh.
Storm says it.
Okay,
Hey, yo,
I say it.
Alright, the guard kind of comes up to you. You're supposed to keep quiet. Do not speak in there.
I just keep training. Ignore the shit out of
Shakes his head and moves on.
I just ignore the shit out of that door.
Bro,
He doesn't deserve my time.
Alright.
Jaxson says out loud.
So, anything else anyone wants to do?
Speed the time, let's go!
Okay, so Storm,
Oh.
you're in there for a while longer. It's very difficult to keep track of time in the total darkness in a room where you can barely stretch out your legs when you're laying down. I assume you're kind of just sitting in like a corner or something.
Yep.
Right. So, you estimate that maybe an hour or two has gone by when you hear one of the heavy steel doors outside your door slam open, and with decisive footsteps and a quick gait, someone is approaching, getting closer outside. You hear the clacking echoes of the guards as they slam the heels of their boots together in a salute. And soon the noise of someone frantically trying to open the door by getting the key in the hole and turning it.
It's Mr. Archpriest.
The door suddenly just is pushed open, just flings open, and I need you to make a wisdom saving throw.
What the fuck?
As you're temporarily blinded by the light.
I really don't.
Streams.
It's gonna look weird because I roll with my left hand, but wisdom, eh? Wisdom, eh? 14.
That is not enough. You immediately feel how every muscle in your entire body just seizes up, and you are completely unable to move or speak. You even struggle to breathe. Through the weak light of the torches outside in the corridor, you see the familiar shape of Lady Clarice de la Nuit. She steps inside the cell, holding this small metal object that just shines a little bit in the light from outside. She holds it between her index finger and thumb in her left hand as she's just moving towards you. And as she reaches you, sitting there in the corner, completely frozen in place, she does not hesitate to just punch you in the face.
This is nice. And can you dodge?
You are paralyzed, so you can do nothing.
I can't react?
No, you cannot take any
Hey,
action.
yeah.
Reactions, I'm
She
pretty
needs
sure.
to hit him as well.
Yeah, well, I just rolled.
She
Just,
into the wall.
Nat 1. When you nat 1,
can't take actions or reactions. So, she punches you since you are paralyzed. It's an auto crit as well.
and unarmored.
But you only take
But
2
he
damage,
has-
of course, because it's
Oh
just
my
a regular
God.
unarmed strike.
Oh.
Wait, so it outrates.
Which way is it
No,
3?
but she has advantage and I rolled.
That way.
Uh,
Oh my god!
What
Nice.
are you doing? Oh, you're writing with your
Yeah.
Oh my god. No.
Do you want me to get like right for you? Or?
It turned out pretty good, but
You may roll a new check to try to break free from this.
oh
Oh
my god, my left hand's so strong, you know.
Strong.
Nice. I'm still the cook, dude.
Under 10.
That's a
It's
6.
gonna swing at you again. Or she's gonna kick you this time.
In the balls.
Don't worry, he doesn't have one.
Straight in the gut. Yeah, that's also probably over a 20 or something. So that is another 2 damage.
I can't imagine her missing. Just punching the wall.
You may try to break loose again.
I'm better with my right arm.
No.
Yeah.
No.
That was.
You were a little bit better.
13.
Yeah, no, she's gonna go for one last swing.
Last? What the fuck?
Then she kills him.
Yeah, that's a high number again, so that's another 2 damage.
Nice.
Torturing you, not by punching your character, but making you very happy. This is real life torture right here. This is so meta and so it's so great. I'm just gonna have you change your character the whole session.
Oh my lord.
Oh, I just remembered something.
Alright.
I,
I think yeah, I know what you mean. Well, at this point she's gonna stop punching you. She just kinda steps back, just wipes some of the blood that she hasn't gotten on her knuckles. And she just says, she looks at you as you're sitting there pathetically, some drool now kind of dripping out of your half-open mouth. She says, actually, since you're sitting down when you got frozen, she's just going to crouch in front of you and say, "Your idiocy, Storm, has cost me a great deal of trouble and suffering. You humiliated me, exposed me to be either a liar or completely incompetent in the presence of the king himself. You may attempt to break free again.
19!
That is enough, and you feel the effect stops.
That is karma.
Shut your mouth. You made me disappoint my family. Storm, I should kill
Does have
you
that effect.
right here, right now.
People
I
read
should
like that.
Shut up, or I will make you shut up again. Is that understood? I should kill you right here, right now. Put my dagger in you. Stab you and let you bleed to death down here. But you know what? I don't think you would have as big a problem with that as what I'm going to do instead.
Can you do the vines?
I'm going to let you get judged instead. In this little court that will be assembled, I'm going to have you sit there and hear your charges. And you're going to be punished. No. Because you know what? I figured you out a long time ago. You and your friends, or co-workers, as you insist on calling them. I know you. I know them. I know how you think. I know how you work. And what you are about to be judged to will not be pleasant. Because you will not have your glory or your money left. Is that understood?
No.
Why am I not surprised? Understanding was never your strong suit, after all.
This room is quite uncomfortable.
I'm glad you think so. Maybe we should take something more from you.
My life.
You will be dead soon enough. I don't even know why I insist on trying to help you so often.
You lied to the king.
For your sake.
No. I didn't want to get into the king's ship. I wanted to be
You were
the
going to
outcast.
end up there Either way,
How?
talking to him.
How?
Because when the king commands, you do as he says.
He offered me to leave.
And you do not
said-
leave.
If you don't, if you
Did I force
don't
you
attack
to?
us, I can...
You understand that if I had not lied, he would have had you in shackles himself instead. You would have been scheduled to the same sort of trial that you
No,
are
because
now.
then
you
you'd be
would have.
dead.
He would not have been dead.
Yes, he would have. Because you wouldn't do anything.
I would have slaughtered you and your friends.
If you didn't know anything, you would be dead, and then I would have made your dad the king, and everything would have been perfect. But then you lied to the king, making me think, she doesn't lie to the king, she's smart. And then you did lie to the king, for my sake. But I thought you didn't lie to the king, eh?
When something has not been referred to during an entire conversation, it is quite obvious when it is a murder that it has not been mentioned before either. If you just use your brain for as much as 2 seconds,
He promised us freedom. And
you
keep
would have
that
been
promise.
free if you had not been such a fool.
He promised our freedom.
You promised freedom from your attempted assassination
Exactly.
on him. A successful assassination of a nobleman, however, is not so easily pardoned. Is that understood? No, of course it isn't, because you are stupid, Storm.
Excuse me. Quite. It's just an overman.
Do you know what you are? You are
Just
just
a pirate.
nobody.
Oh.
Nothing. You are not even a peasant, you are a prisoner.
Oh. Okay, at the moment, yes.
You are the scum of society. The dreg at the bottom of the barrel.
Was that even when I was outside? Because I am what? A
At
Titan boy.
least then, you could be excellent among your kind. But now you're not even
Yes, I
that.
am.
You're a pathetic, failed pirate. You're a disgrace to your people and to everyone else around you. Do you understand that? Do you think your coworkers even care about you anymore?
They probably never did.
You stuck together long enough. You had several opportunities where you could have split paths, gone different ways, yet you stuck together, and now you have them scheduled for a trial that could end up with their heads rolling. Do you understand that?
He doesn't give a shit.
You have lost everyone and everything.
No.
Then what do you have left?
Myself.
And soon that will be taken from you as well. You will die a crippled madman.
Can you just release Tornado? That's my only wish. Don't kill
Oh, he will
him.
not be released.
What?
He will be a slave in mine.
What will you do with Tornado?
The same as I will do with all your possessions.
What?
Sorry.
No.
They will be sold.
He will just escape. Don't sell my gold.
Well, if you insist that he will escape,
Sell
perhaps. If you insist that he will escape, then perhaps I should just.
No.
cut the head off
Okay,
of
never
him
mind.
myself.
Never mind. You are bad person.
Taking a look in the mirror recently.
Actually, not. They don't have that at the Coffin Brothers.
You know, Storm, I hate you. I hate you
I hate
and your
you.
little companions.
I hate.
Hunter, why you
And
go?
you know what
Do it.
frustrates me the most? It is wasted potential. The reason why I took you in the first place was because I saw something in you and your little friends. And yes, I will call them friends because that's what they are to you, no matter how much you try to deny you care. I saw potential in you and them, and I think I was right. Which Fritz, of course, has proven to me as he is climbing my ranks and remaining a loyal man. You, on the other hand, are wasted potential. You took your potential and you threw it away far deep into the abyss. So
I
far that it
just
can never
said
be
2
retrieved.
words, and that's
If this was the only time you had screwed up, then fine. Yet you continue
Tell me when
to
I
messed up
last time, eh?
again. You have shown your incompetence.
Tell me.
Repeatedly. Must I tell you?
Yes.
You do not understand even a fraction of what I tell you. Every time I try to give you an order or even
I gave
advice,
no order. I stand down
you
from
are
the king.
too incompetent to understand it.
I stand down from
Just
the
look
king.
at our conversation at the ball. How much
Yes,
of what I
sir.
told you did you actually understand? Not
Everything.
very much.
Everything.
You,
Except,
you
gold
continuously
man. He
went
he
against my orders when I was your superior.
You weren't my superior at the
I
ball.
was. No.
No,
but
exactly.
Before that, when you were still enlisted, you continuously refused to listen. Do you not
I
think
listened.
I
I
know?
did every.
Do you not think I know? I've told you repeatedly to quit talking about your dissertation. Actually, you
I did
refused
that.
to.
I stopped that
Eventually.
Exactly.
Do you know how many soldiers in the regular army, in an army like Thromeris, that would have lost their head at the first mere mention, at the first thought of dissertation? Yet I am too forgiving.
Why would you cut someone's head off if they don't like where they are? Eh?
Loyalty.
But I.
Once you are in the
weren't
army,
loyal.
you are committed.
But I didn't want to be committed. Eh? I committed
You
to
had no
everything.
choice.
I-
I saved your life, Storm.
Okay, good job. You saved my life. But no, you did not. I could have escaped, and that you
You would have
never.
died right there in that
You
mast.
believe in that? You see,
Or rather,
We
you
say-
would have
okay,
died
you
splattered
you
across
saved
the
me.
deck.
You saved me, but you have to put up with my personality, and then
I do not.
I killed the outcast blood pact king, eh? Isn't that enough to
Quiet.
forgive me for?
Quiet, Storm. I could forgive your talk of dissertation, which I did the moment I pardoned you. That does not mean that you are not incompetent, that you're not an idiot, a fool, the worst kind.
No,
I am talking, you are keeping quiet. Is that understood? This is not a conversation right now.
Why did you talk?
Shh, Mommy and Daddy are talking.
I released you from your service. You are no longer a Nighttide Brigade soldier, as you are very aware of. But I never stopped thinking of you as a complete idiot that was somehow gifted potential. If you just use half of your mind to think from time to time, do you know what greatness you could be capable of? Yet you continue to squander it all, because you refuse, you absolutely refuse to think. No,
I think
I am not done.
another perspective.
She's gonna punch you.
No,
Punch your
I'm
back.
going to dupe that, you know.
Natural 20.
Uncanny dodge, yes. So
Take
one
damage.
You should just hold the dodge action while you talk with her.
Yeah. That's actually very
Ugh.
How many punches will you need? You may answer that one.
Bitch.
About 30 more, then I might be dead. No, maybe 30.
Storm's just
35.
making this worse for himself.
No.
You see, by allowing you to be in the Nighttide Brigade, I was doing you a favor. I gave you a chance to prove yourself, a chance to improve, a chance to be given great things. But you threw that away. Which, in a way, I am glad that you did, because I do not want someone like you in my ranks. Especially now that I realize more and more every moment that we speak how incapable you are of thought. And even more so, you have shown yourself to be the most disloyal person I've ever had enlisted. Not even someone like Orland was as disloyal as you.
Storm doesn't remember Orvin, right?
No idea.
It was the guy the bandit
Yeah, with the
that
ogre.
you guys killed, yeah, with Dumlog.
Ah,
Oh.
that you killed the day before you met Clarice the first time. I could save you from this situation if I wanted to. I could get you out of here. But I'm choosing to not do that because right now I just want to see you suffer. And I'm gonna have to work hard to restore my own reputation with the crown. I'm gonna work hard night and day, serving every moment of my existence as I've done all of my life. But I will do so gladly, knowing that you are suffering as I am doing that. And you know what? I hope that you die soon. Because then our paths never need to cross again and I don't need to kill you myself.
You please,
Because something deep inside me still does not like killing a former soldier, no matter how despicable they are. You may keep quiet as I leave. Farewell, Storm. She gets up. And she walks up the door, slamming it shut behind her. And you hear the rustling of keys as it is locked.
Captain Storm, at your service.
You just hear someone like just hitting the door. And you hear a voice just say, "Stay quiet in there!"
I'm gonna be his bitch now.
I keep quiet.
So, unless anyone else wants to do anything.
Train motor.
Bruh!
Dun, dun, dun.
Some more time passes. Day turns to night. Night to day.
Fuck, we missed the auction.
I think that's the least of our problems at the moment. We're not gonna
Well,
have.
that is the day of the auction now.
Yep.
You, Storm, you don't know time. You go to sleep when you feel tired, I assume. Feeling a bit sore from your encounter with Lady de la Nuit.
This was the day they caught Captain Storm.
That was good. That was good.
You remember this day as the day you called Captain Storm.
Jaxson.
Oh.
Around what you assume must be probably noon-ish. There are footsteps that are approaching, several pairs. You see outside your cell, escorted by a Nighttide Brigade soldier, there is a man that you saw once, not long ago. One certain Edgar Schwartz,
Oh,
the Tormentor.
yes.
The man you were once told has a certain affinity for finding things out.
Mm-hmm. Fuck.
You see him standing there in his black mage robes, the hood pulled up. And he looks into the cell, smiles.
What's up?
I didn't figure I would be seeing you this soon.
So you were expecting to see?
You are a Gillstar after all.
What's that supposed to mean?
I knew your parents. I had an excellent conversation with your brother.
Mm-hmm.
I could definitely see a world where our paths would cross again. But alas, here we are. Open.
Oh,
The guard.
he blew open.
What?
The guard steps forward. You see the guard seems to be wearing some sort of officer's uniform. And he unlocks the door.
So
Opens
officers have
it.
to be an officer to have keys.
Schwartz steps inside, looks around. Quite a simplistic
Mm-hmm.
dungeon you are in.
It's a shithole.
So, where would you like to sit down? The chair or the bed? I will take that.
I can take the bed. It's
Great.
more comfortable.
He takes the chair and pulls it up. Sits down. Now, I would appreciate your cooperation with this. It will make things much simpler.
I'm innocent.
No.
If you are, then cooperating will be even better for you, since it will prove that innocence.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I like your parents. I don't want to make it any worse for their son than it has to be. So, please, give me your hand. You see, he pulls out a needle,
Oh, no.
stabs your
What
finger
the
with it,
fuck?
and before a drop of blood, are you gonna punch him? Before a drop of blood is even dripped out of the finger, he pulls out a vial and just pushes the tip of your finger.
I take the needle and cut myself so it turns night.
And he just lets
Oh man,
some
you don't
blood
hold
drip
the
into this little
needle,
vial.
man.
And he holds it up against the window, shakes it around a bit, and then plugs it and puts it away.
You're fucking dead now, bro.
Oh,
What I am about to do now is to cast a spell.
Mm-hmm.
I suggest that you do not resist its effect,
Mm-hmm.
because you will have nothing to fear
Yeah, I'm
as long
innocent.
as you speak the truth.
Uh-huh. I'm
Is
nothing
that
to hide.
understood?
Except I'm a drug addict.
Do I have your agreement?
You have my consent.
So, you see how he starts casting this spell. His lips just moving ever so slightly. A voice that seems almost distant whispers these ancient words of an incantation. For an entire minute, he keeps casting this spell, eyes half shut. And you feel the blood in your veins kind of rushing faster and changing direction. It's a very strange feeling. It's flowing in a different manner than usual.
You're a necromancer now.
Mm-hmm.
Changes your class.
Do you resist the spell?
No,
Okay.
Okay.
In that case,
because I'm
you
innocent.
feel in your mind a singular command that you will.
Wait, I just remember something. When he poked me.
All right.
Okay, I succeeded, so it doesn't matter.
I check how the thing worked because I
No,
forgot
it's a wisdom saving throw, and if I got 18, so
about it. Okay.
okay,
Um,
nice.
You just feel strange for a second.
Oh,
but, yeah.
Oh, I thought
No, wait. Notes.
That could have gone really bad.
Yeah, you feel the command that you will answer his questions honestly.
Mm-hmm.
That is the only command you have.
only honestly.
It is not necessarily that you feel that you are unable to do so, but there is a spell that is asking you to do it.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah.
Now again, since I like your parents, I will warn you, if you, since you are now under the effects of the spell, if you do not follow the gears, it will end poorly for you.
Mm-hmm.
Things will hurt
Mhm.
a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Shall we begin?
Indeed.
I start with the simplest question. Did you murder Lord Nicodemus?
No.
Excellent. So, if so, I ask you, do you know who murdered Lord Nicodemus?
I eat no snitch.
Do you say that? Okay. Now things are about to get bad.
Guys, prepare to die again as well, probably.
Oh my fucking god!
I know what I have to do now. Okay,
Oh
I
my
succeeded
God.
on it. Oh wait, is it like one time damage? Or is it over time?
Hmm?
The damage.
No, this is just a
Okay.
singular.
Okay, good.
Okay, so you take.
Yeah, I have full edge.
Yeah.
You take 29 psychic damage
Oh.
as you just feel this intense pain in your entire brain, just this massive overloading feeling as if all blood in your entire body just rushes into your brain all at once and just is about to explode. Disappointing.
I didn't lie.
But you didn't tell me the truth.
I told you the truth. I am no snitch. That's the
But you
truth.
didn't answer my question.
Fucking
with
right.
the truth. So I try again.
Oh!
Do you know who murdered Lord Nicodemus? It's a yes or no question, Jaxson.
Yes.
Did you know who murdered him before he was murdered? Were you aware of the plans? Yes or no?
Yes.
So, who was it? If you are wrong,
I ain't no snitch.
Oh! You're stupid, brother!
Even Storm thinks you're
Yeah!
surprisingly this time nothing happens.
Oh, nice. Good shit.
I suppose I must recast this.
Fuck. Yeah.
Unless, of course, you simply want to tell me the truth.
I ain't no snitch.
That's the truth.
That's the truth. I'm not lying.
I need to bring out some stats here.
What's it for him? Do.
All I need to see is full list of things that he has at his disposal.
Oh, nice.
Wait, what?
He made me loved it from that time.
Yeah.
It was exactly what
Jesus.
Okay, this is weird because the list of spells has apparently not been updated. It has disappeared.
Karma!
He doesn't
I'm gonna
have
try
any
to refresh
spells.
this and just see if it appears.
Karma, karma, karma.
Otherwise,
Sucks. Don't worry, he probably
Otherwise
got
it's
one
gonna
of
be
those
very
Stone
annoying.
of Truth kind of things.
I know that he does, which is what he's going to cast next. But I need to know what else he has. Oh my god, this computer is so stupidly lagging. Oh, now it changed the entire document instead of just.
I have to
Oh, this is
check
so.
Why do I have high wisdom check? Ooh.
Oh my god, it just wrote that. I'm trying to search for his name in the document and just wrote it in the title instead. Sorry for this technical difficulties. My computer is old and about to retire.
Click and
Okay.
subscribe to. What do we want them to click and subscribe to?
Me.
That's there.
Him. Okay, you're to YouTube.
Click on me.
Yeah, so my computer is still loading a document, by the way. This is what I'm
But
waiting
if he
for.
does, if he has someone through, yes, cast it.
Yeah, but he needs another thing as well.
Yeah, he needs the stuff. The stuff, man.
Wait, how close is it to me? Like 5 feet.
Probably.
Ish.
Oh yeah, okay, that's enough.
Okay.
What the
Oh,
fuck?
no.
Another
Wait.
one.
I heal myself.
Okay.
I do that because I don't know.
I need to check this one thing. Yeah, that doesn't work. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So he's gonna. I know what he's gonna do now. Again, I ask you not to resist. It will only make things more difficult for you. And he's going to cast another spell.
I resist.
You do? Okay.
Oh Lord.
Jaxson ain't no snitch.
Wisdom saving throw.
25.
Oh Lord.
That is a success.
Mm.
Jaxson. You understand that I have a way to extract everything I want from you.
Mm-hmm.
But
And
for
I-
that, I need to kill you first.
I did not know that.
I did tell you I specialize in necromancy.
Mhm.
Did I not? I am no regular member of the economy, however, which is why I have special tools at my disposal.
I won't resist this time.
See, this is annoying. It is making me run out of spells, which I need
I
for
knew
your
that.
friends as well.
Mhm.
And you understand, the longer you resist.
I won't resist.
Oh, I understand, but the chances that they will resist,
Mhm.
and this will simply prolong the process over several days.
Uh-huh. Yeah, I won't resist.
And I told you, the more you know, the better things will be for you.
I don't know much.
So he's going to cast the same spell again.
Mhm, I will not resist.
Oh wow. What the fuck?
You are charmed by him
Ah.
and will treat him as if he is your friend.
You're so hot.
That's friendly, by the way.
Jaxson is very friendly dude.
Jaxson, I only want to help you.
No.
And for me to help you, you need to tell me who murdered your Nicodemus.
Yes.
Please.
Oh, you want me to say?
No.
Well, it was not me.
I understand that. I have had that confirmed by the chaos.
I didn't see him get murdered.
Oh, I understand that, but you must know anyway.
Not for sure. Maybe, it was maybe Dara. It was maybe Storm. It was maybe Lady Clarice. I think she's framing us.
I mean, you didn't see the crime.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
You believe that she is framing him.
Yeah, she's framing it. Yeah. And Storm, and she has an out for Storm. She really wants him gone, and
I see now that
She
this
has
spell
a
is not going to
bias.
work.
Let's find it out instead.
Instead,
I suggest.
I ask you to not resist as usual.
I won't resist.
And this time he is going to cast Zone of Truth. So while you're under the effect of the spell, you are unable to utter any lies.
Uh-huh.
You
Okay.
can only speak truth.
Can it be like a twisted truth?
If it's
If
if there is no lie in it.
Uh-huh. Okay. So I can. Okay. Mhm.
But if you know that what you're saying is not true,
Mhm.
you cannot say it.
Okay.
You believe Lady Delaney is framing
No.
you. But it does bring me on to my next question. Who do you know if she in any way has any involvement with this?
I don't know.
Do you have any suspicions?
Involving what?
You, this trial. Do you believe she has been withholding information?
She wanted her father to become king.
Did she?
Yeah.
Does Jaxson believe that? Because Jaxson would also technically know that she would prefer it if King Greymold was not king. So,
If
Didn't she force us to?
She wanted us to make her father elected, so she would have won either way.
Understandable. So you were speaking with her before,
Yes,
and she knew about your plans,
yes. About killing the noble.
Lord Nicodemus.
Yes.
Interesting. Your companions, they were involved, correct? Storm and Dara.
Yes.
And one of them did kill Lord Nicodemus.
Yes. Do I actually know
No.
which one? No. So
No.
I don't know which one.
You could
just-
assume,
you just-
but
yeah, I
you don't
can
know.
You
assume.
just assumed that one of us killed him. Might as well just been sting beans.
Yeah.
You know?
And this was at the ball.
Yes.
So did you move the body somehow?
I didn't see or touch the body.
Fair. Do you know anything of how the murder was performed?
Yes.
Would you please give me some details?
Stab.
With what?
I don't know. Maybe a sting penis or a sword.
What is this?
It is an imp and its tail. We call it a sting penis. An imp's tail.
And this imp is
Mhm.
related to how?
To Dara. Not me.
Is her familiar?
Yes.
Interesting. Now, what was the motivation behind the murder?
To make it easier killing the king.
And you were paid to do so. To kill Lord Nicodemus.
Yes.
Do you consider yourself an assassin?
No.
Do you consider yourself a mercenary without moral alignments?
Yes.
Interesting. I believe we are done here. You have given me what I need, and I will now
I survived.
speak with your companions. Hopefully they will be more cooperative than you are at times.
I would probably be the most corporate.
I'm thankful that you came around eventually, although I would have preferred to not waste as many spells on one.
It was like kind of, I wanted you to waste some spells, if I'm gonna be honest here.
It is only going to waste time.
Yeah.
I would have come back until I had what I needed, and if I got bored, I would have killed you and spoken to your dead body. It is easier to make the dead speak than the living.
Damn.
Yeah. Well, see you around. See you later, alligator.
Indeed. Goodbye, Jaxson, and take care of yourself as well as you can.
Can you like bring some good food here or something?
I don't believe I can.
Can you ask the guards?
I don't believe I can.
Hey, cooperated.
I understand that they seem very adamant about keeping it somewhat uncomfortable.
I have rights, man.
I do not know if you do.
I am a noble. You can't treat
Not
me
in
this
these
way.
lands.
What?
You are a noble of a hostile nation.
That's true. See you around.
Indeed. He heads out, and the officer shuts the door behind him.
Hey, dude, can you give me some food? Money.
Mommy! Give me your money!
Give me your money or I shiv you.
You are to keep quiet.
I want food, like, I'm hungry.
The tormentor has left.
Mm-hmm.
You shut your mouth now.
Mm-hmm.
Food is delivered when food is supposed to be delivered. But do not expect something great.
Can I make a request?
No.
Final
He
meal
walks
request.
away.
Final meals and stuff.
Dara,
Yes.
Oh.
you two see this man, this pale man, his face partially shadowed by the cloak and the hood that has been pulled up. The black cloak and robes that surround him, making his form quite strange. Almost an ominous priest-like figure, or a mage of the darker arts. The door is opened and he steps inside. Do you sit in the bed or
I
a chair,
lie in
or-
the bed.
Therapy session.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to do.
Dara was it?
Yes, doctor.
I'm no doctor.
Have I been naughty?
I may be a healer as a matter of technicality,
You know.
but healing is far from what I specialize in.
Ah, great.
I am familiar with the necromantic arts.
Sort of, I suppose.
Excellent, then you know what I can do, roughly.
Sort of.
And he pulls up the chair and sits down.
Poke you.
So, I'm here to speak with you about the murder that you stand accused of.
The one I did not commit.
That is what I'm here to find out.
Nice.
And
He leaves.
And so I suggest you are honest. Because if you are as innocent as you claim, then everything will turn out well for you. If you refuse, on the other hand, things might not turn out as well. Do you understand?
I suppose I do.
Do you agree to cooperate?
Well, as long as it's within my limits. So.
Great. Give me your hand.
He's gonna poke you.
This is with Jaxson. Out of nowhere, he just pulls out this needle, stabs your finger, grabs an empty vial, squeezes blood into
I
it,
get the one.
looks at it in the light, plugs it, puts it away.
Light.
Now, I'm going to cast the spell. I suggest you do not reject its magic. Do I have your consent?
Well, I can always try, but I do not know if my patron would allow it.
Your patron. You are bound to a darker entity then.
Well, I suppose it's more of a co-working
Warlock.
situation.
Work.
I cannot guarantee that my patron would not intervene.
I know your kind from the days of the Arcanum. I worked with some of them. I'm sure you can ask your patron not to interfere. After all, he or she or it, whatever your patron may be, probably does not want you to be executed. Correct?
Hold on a second.
Now, I'm going to cast the spell. Just allow it to do what it does.
And he starts casting. Do you permit the spell?
Would this
Do you
be
resist?
considered a charm spell?
It would not, I believe.
Then I won't resist it.
I will double check though.
If it does, I will resist it.
No, okay, technically does consider you charming.
Fey ancestry advantage on
Yeah, I
charms.
know.
I'm just gonna throw that up.
He said it is a witch.
23.
So, wisdom saving.
Oh. My God!
I have +5 in wisdom saving
I have
throws.
a 6.
In the middle of his chanting, he kind of just goes quiet.
I am terribly disappointed.
I'm sorry, my apparently my Fey ancestry also blocks. Don't worry, it's probably like 1 hour 3.
I just need to double check one thing now that
How
he
many
is going to
spells?
do.
Yes.
No, I know that.
Don't worry,
know
if I get out enough spells, I'm just splitting this. Yeah.
Sting penis. Oh, I have told him about Sting penis.
Yeah,
Oh no,
that's
Sting
taking
penis.
out. Exactly. Zoop.
Take him under arrest. Murder the nobleman.
Get him to Blue Day. How he gets set free.
Sting penis. Oh.
It's so sad.
It would be so good though.
Give me a second, because this is a special thing that he has that I need to find because I didn't write it down, which is annoying.
I feel like Jacob hates us because we keep resisting his spells.
No, it's fair enough. It's just gonna get more difficult for you. Apparently I haven't loaded this thing. Wow, I should look at that. Interesting commands. Give me a second. Why stop it? Okay, this is really annoying because now I can't find the thing I need, which is extremely annoying. I have it on that computer. This is
Do you want us to take a quick break so you can just...
no, because it's literally just one single feature that he can use, and I just need to know the exact dice on it. I'll have to Google it.
Oh,
actually, no,
the
I
bright side of life.
I realize what I can do.
Whoa! It's from another setting!
Well, I need to,
Everybody! There's something from the Tal'Dorei setting!
Okay, damn, bro.
yeah, it's a great screaming metagaming all across the table.
Yeah.
It's
Even though I don't know anything from the Tal'Dorei setting, so it wouldn't actually give anything
Well,
except for what I've seen in Critical Role.
come on, where is it then? Jeez. Oh, there, maybe 101. This is very annoying. Which one is it? Which one is it? Is it this one? No. Yeah, this is not going well for me.
Can hear that.
I had this written down somewhere, but I now all of a sudden I can't find it, which is incredibly annoying.
Just find it.
Because you literally cannot do anything else until I found this.
Oh, gee.
Okay, here it is.
No.
That's good.
Yeah. Alright.
Oh, nice. You're going down. Out. Dead.
Exact average.
It's the sleep spell.
1 and 6, 5 and 2. So that
That would not. Do I have your consent?
I have your consent. Fireball.
So you see how he, from like somewhere within his robes, he pulls out this very thick, long needle. He just grabs
That's
it and
gonna be
shoves it
nice.
through his own hand.
What the?
I thought it was going to
You just see how the blood kind of gets sucked into this needle. I mean, it goes straight through the entire hand and comes out on the other side. And he just sits
That I
there,
don't see that.
eyes closed, kind of like letting the needle absorb the blood, and then just yanks it out. You see for a moment there's some blood that just like splats out of the wound, and then the wound closes. Unpleasant but necessary. Now,
Just to make a funny question, would he technically be blooded by that?
No.
no, no, nowhere near.
I'm just asking out of curiosity.
No, change just the HP because
I don't know how
you
much
might
damage.
attack.
I don't know how much damage it takes.
I will try this again. If you do not allow it this time, I will be forced to do much, much more uncomfortable things.
You don't leave me any choice, so very well.
I
shall
give
leave
the
my
choice
mental
not to
blocks.
resist. So do not resist. Embrace the spell.
Well, you could have considered becoming a little better at invading someone else's mind.
Bruh!
He's gonna cast the spell again. Do you resist?
No.
Wow.
So, just as with Jaxson, as he finishes the spell, you feel not quite a command, but something that tells you that you will answer his questions honestly.
Mhm.
Then let us begin. Did you murder Lord Nicodemus?
No.
Great. Did you know about the plans to murder Lord Nicodemus ahead of the murder itself?
Yes.
Do you know who murdered Lord Nicodemus?
Eat those snakes.
I don't actually know what his actual name is.
These.
But you can tell me what you call him.
I usually call him idiot, but
He must have a name. I ask you this then. Is it the individual referred to as Storm?
Oh, please.
And the Gears still holds its grip.
is it now that I'm
I'm
just
called Captain Storm, not Storm.
I suppose it could have been him, but I don't know.
That is the line.
That is
It's your turn to take
You would
5
probably
to 10.
die.
Oh, you can die.
Hopefully not.
I leave my consciousness and hope into the pit.
That's low damage.
Okay,
Only one was above average.
Not sting pinging. When is sting pinging coming to the
That's just 19 psychic damage.
Wow.
Still alive.
Yeah,
Stay alive. Stay alive.
there goes the gas. That means either A, it is him, and you're refusing to say so explicitly, or B, that for some reason it isn't him, yet you are leaving it ambiguous. I will make the assumption that it is him.
Well, you're the interrogator.
I am.
then I am experienced. So, you just took quite a beating over nothing, since I still got my answer. Not very intelligent of you, I must say.
Don't see about that.
We will see when you are put on trial. Indeed. Now, I need to put spell slots here as well, because I am not
He's trying to
keeping
waste
track.
them.
Which is a stupid thing because he's just gonna get bored eventually and he can kill someone.
Yeah.
Without a trial, mind you.
Yeah, he's that kind of guy.
So let me see, he has used
Hmm.
none of those.
None of the first level.
One of them. You have to use 2 of those. Okay. Yes. Oh, it still has those left, so that's good. Okay, it doesn't have any of them left. Okay. Then I know.
Let us try this instead. Again, I ask you not to resist.
If he's going to cast Zone of Truth, do you resist?
No, I don't resist.
Besides, it's not a charm, so you would need to have your advantage on. Just a side note.
So, well. Right. Who else knew about this murder ahead of time?
We're gonna be here a long time if you want that whole list.
Clary, today.
Did both Jaxson and Storm know about it?
Well, yes. Most of the outcasts, Clarice, I suppose the entire Night Tide Brigade at this point.
Of course, I'm speaking of the Nicodemus murder, not the plot to assassinate the king. Does your answer remain the same?
Pretty much.
Understandable. So,
Perhaps a few more, actually, because that was one of the earlier things.
who else was involved in the actual murder besides from the 3 of you? Was anyone else involved?
That... Well, technically, there were actually a few more.
Who would that be?
Well... Major Women and Clarice did have a little part to play in that, actually.
And what was their part?
Well, they were telling us their vision of the murder and the future to come.
But this is all related to the assassination of the king, is it not?
Yes, but also the assassination of Nicodemus.
What did they tell you?
Let me think about this. Well, they were actually quite supportive. They were actually not against the concept of Nicodemus being murdered. And actually, they seem to see it as an opportunity of some sort, I suppose, but I'm not quite sure. I don't exactly know how that lady thinks.
Is that Dara's genuine?
Yeah, sort of.
Because this is zone of truth, remember?
Yeah.
You cannot lie.
She did seems like an opportunist at that point, actually. And Dara is pretty...
Well, as long as that is Dara's way of looking at it, then you can say it.
I mean,
It
if she
was
didn't
very-
stop the murder, she didn't want to stop the entire assassination plot. And then it's like, why even bother?
So, how was the murder performed by Storm?
Just fuck yeah.
Just
I
wait
don't
up
even
the time.
remember. I don't
Or
exactly.
perhaps, technically, I should go back a little bit and say I could be wrong with my assertion that it was Storm who murdered him. It could, after all, be the one called Steel Penis. Is your imp here in the room right now?
No, actually not.
Is he not summoned?
No, not at this point. I de-summon him sometimes.
Would you care to bring him here?
Would you really want my imp to come in here?
I want to see him.
Oof.
He attacks you.
Son of truth.
His kingpin is gay, bi, or straight is the question.
Wait, what gender is Pin?
Has to be fucking nice.
He's going to put his hand out towards.
He's gonna kill it.
No.
Are you going to
Poor Stevie.
allow him to touch him?
No!
I'd rather you not touch him,
I rather would.
and I'd rather insist.
Oh, that's a natural 19. So,
Sort of
he
two
is
songs
quickly
Yes.
going to cast Inflict Wounds.
Oh, it's with damage.
Poor Stevie.
Oh no.
Oh, that's nasty damage. That's 26 necrotic damage.
Kingpin is below some.
No!
That's
He
no
just
more stinky.
puts his hand out and necrotic energy just flows over him.
You're
I
my tango.
apologize. I don't believe I do.
I will see you do.
You may request it from the crown once all this is over if you have been exonerated from these crimes.
I will expect it specifically from you.
Ooh.
I would not hold any such expectations.
Ooh.
You do realize I'm still under the Son of Truth spell.
Ooh.
Yes, I'm telling you that it's foolish to expect such a
Ooh.
thing from me. No, I'm sorry, that was simply a safety precaution.
So
I
Stevie
don't
don't.
trust fiends.
Wow.
So I assume you have spoken with another of my team co-workers.
Perhaps. Does that change what you want to tell me?
No, not at all actually. I'm just figuring out how many spells you've wasted.
I have enough left. So where
Enough
were we?
is a relative term.
Well, as I usually say to my victims, as they like to see themselves, it is easier to make the dead speak than the living. So if all else fails, I will kill you and will speak with your body.
You don't get a lot of girls, do you?
Depends on what you mean by get.
Okay, I'm just gonna forget about that and just continue with this interrogation conversation of yours,
Excellent.
which will not lead to any further results, I'd assume.
Well, I ask you then, to answer this question, was it Sting Penis that committed the murder? Yes or no?
No, Sting Penis did not commit a murder.
Great, then I can assert that it was Storm. If you would like to confirm that, that would be very appreciated.
I mean, he was in the same proximity, but I don't know if it was the one who left the killing blow.
You can't say that
Oh,
because still in the zone of truth.
I assume that's would be.
I can't say that either because it's not an assumption.
I expect that to be
No
true.
comment.
That is
Yeah,
very
same,
shady
same.
as well. Because you know that it was
Yeah.
him. You
Okay, then I just
witnessed
say
with
it.
your own 2 eyes.
Yes, that's correct.
Dun dun dun.
Good. So how was it performed?
Like usual.
A stabbing.
No, more of
No.
I
No.
think it was it. Oh, it was a stab. It was a stab.
Yeah, just lunged at him and stabbed him in the chest.
I thought you cut his head off or
Well,
something.
that was the drug dealer.
Oh,
among
yeah.
Others. I mean, it wouldn't be the first time someone got their throat slit. Even going back to like people like Warland got his throat slit by like Fritz or someone, I think. So
So would it technically be me speaking the truth if I actually forget about it?
you can say that you screwed up, and but Dara actually thinks it. So,
Yeah, sure.
um,
Yeah, slit his throat.
Fair. So what was the motivation? You were paid, correct?
Yes, that was the main focus.
Since you were also involved in the whole process, what was your part in all this?
Chatting up.
And then what?
Well, I was the one to make him trust us and make him think of us as allies. I said.
And how did that help in the assassination?
How would that not help in the assassination?
Well, I simply wish to know. Simply being someone's friend is, of course, useful. However,
Then
I
you've
wish to know
answered your
how
own
you
question.
used it. How did you use it then?
Well, we did get him to bet on us, first of all, to make it look like we were a little bit better, in the arena.
Interesting. And then,
We did have a discussion about wine as well, but
I do
That-
not need the details of how you became friends. I need to know how becoming friends helped you in the assassination.
well, it helped him not to go around and wander around aimlessly.
So it allowed you to point him in a direction.
Yeah, that would be it.
Miss Dara, do you consider yourself an assassin?
No,
Do you consider yourself an immoral mercenary?
no.
What do you consider yourself? A freelancer,
Mm,
adventurer.
I suppose adventure would be best description,
Do you
but
consider yourself a criminal?
after being around Storm and Jaxson, yeah,
So
definitely.
you would say those were the ones influencing you.
Don't know actually, but I suppose it could be true. I suppose it could not. Haven't reflected on that as much.
Interesting. Are there any more creatures that your party has in store, such as your imp, that I need to be aware of?
Can we ping the murderous tornado?
Define creature.
Something that could potentially be harmful to someone like myself going into an interrogation.
And it has to be alive as it.
Jesus.
Well, I mean, I suppose the entire outcast could be considered that.
Oh, I want to know if you have something that would be secretly kept here as you are being locked up.
It wouldn't be much of a secret if I knew if something was kept secretly.
Secret. A secret to us, a secret to those that aren't part
It's
of your
always a
little
way
group.
to find a ship in jail.
Not anything that I can think of, but perhaps there is, perhaps there not.
So, the motivation to kill Lord McEvans was to help ease the assassination attempt on the king, correct?
That was the driving focus for the outcasts.
Any ulterior motives?
Just because he was a dick count?
It does.
Great.
If he was a good man, would you not have gone along with the plan?
I'm not one to consider killing people if they have honest life, if they lead honest lives.
Well,
We're
I'm
a little-
honest. He's a family man, running a vineyard.
Trust me, after speaking with him for 5 minutes and you realize he's not trustworthy at all. Trust me.
Trust.
I believe we are done here.
I actually think you would actually have to kill him to extract that information yourself to see that.
Well, I will be leaving now.
Very well.
Thank you for telling me.
Would you be so kind to tell everyone that Dara says hi? Or someone in the party
I
says hi?
don't believe I will.
Douchebag.
But you will see them soon enough. Assuming none of them resists too much and I have to kill them.
So
Storm.
you haven't met Storm yet.
Perhaps. Perhaps not.
Yeah, you haven't met Storm.
Godspeed. Dara.
Yeah, I'm not going anywhere.
And he heads out.
I just feel like Storm is just gonna resist until he dies.
You're not taking me alive!
Storm.
Damn it!
Yeah.
Someone comes to
Why
you
did you
that
tell
way.
him about snake pits?
Nice, no one comes to me. Let's
The
go!
only thing that happens is that you get some food, which consists of old, probably somewhat moldy bread.
I'm fucking used to
it. And some sort of stew or soup that is just old things thrown together into a pot and stirred. You do, at designated times, get your meals. It is not good food, but it's also not moldy, as Storm says. But it tastes horrendously.
I don't eat it.
Nice.
Fair enough. The day goes by. Does anyone want to do anything?
No.
You know, just
Training motor.
Just because I'm just because I'm a little bit curious, I want to see.
I take a short rest.
Sure.
If we have to go to court and we...
Why do we sleep again, bitch?
I don't know.
Yeah, we do.
Only then I do not take short rest.
Well,
It
as you say, you don't know that at
No.
that point, so you just spend an hour or so.
I don't have any
Rest
spells I
out.
can't cast without having a verbal component or material, so I'm not
Right.
I wanted to check out that.
Sure. So the next day comes. Storm, you are completely confused in terms of night and day. Your sleep cycle is messed up. You struggle to stay awake and to sleep.
Nice.
The solitude and the lack of light is already starting to screw your mind.
Do you want to?
At some point, you hear the door outside open. Footsteps approaching. These footsteps are different from Clarice's, though. These are more striding, carefully, softly over the floor. They're not slow, they're just very light and
Skinny boy.
careful. The door is opened, and you see a man holding a lantern, wearing these black robes, and with the lantern, with that light being cast from underneath, you see these hideous shadows that are being thrown over his face, making his features look all contorted and ominous, if not straight up evil.
And
As he
the
steps
storm went to
inside.
Serge.
Pleasure. It's all mine.
Great.
See, I've heard quite a bit about you.
From whom?
From several people.
Like,
I'm the one asking the questions here.
why?
My name is the Tormentor.
Oh, that sounds quite...
I've been told you have been informed about me in the past.
You were gonna come to the...
Well, I was not
Please.
specifically going to go anywhere, because I was never informed of anything back then. I believe it was more of a threat.
Oh,
Sometimes I am used that way.
great.
Now, would you care to give me your hand? Your cooperation will make things much smoother.
Bite him, bite
I
him.
assure you that.
Takes your hand, does the same thing, stabs you with a thin needle, squeezes blood into a vial, holds it with the in the light of the lantern, puts it away.
So,
What now?
I am going to cast a spell. And if you know what's best for you, you will not resist it.
I know that not trusting you is the best.
Do you claim innocence?
Innocence of what?
The murder of Lord Nicodemus. We could settle it right
Just
now.
cast
if
the
you
spell.
Confess. So you do not wish to confess?
What questions do you have? Dear tormentor.
I wish to figure out the truth.
Great. Ask them without no spell.
Did you murder Lord Nicodemus?
I don't even know if Storm remembers his
Yes.
Interesting. Who else was involved?
Outcast.
Your friends,
I have no friends here.
Jaxson and Dara. Were they involved?
A little bit.
What was Dara's part?
To talk with him. The Nicodemus guy, yeah.
And do what?
Make him friendly.
And
Bait his ass to freaking outside of in the garden where house was. He walked in, we fucking stabbed his ass to death.
excellent. And Jaxson, what was he doing?
Oh, what the fuck was he doing? We
Are you struggling to remember as a person, or
as a person.
I think it's both, actually, in this part.
well, do you want to roll a history check to see if you can remember what he was doing?
What the fuck were you doing, dude?
Or would you just say that Storm is equally clueless?
Yeah, I would say Storm is equally clueless. He was there in case we figured we two were better for the. I don't know.
But he knew about what was going to happen, correct?
Yep.
And Dara also knew that she was baiting Lord Nicodemus to a certain death.
I hope so. Yes.
But you told her that she was going to bring him to you so that you could kill him, correct? You were not simply telling her to bring him there for an unknown reason.
No.
Excellent. Who else besides from you and the outcasts knew about this assassination?
Clarice. That's why I'm here at the first place. Probably the whole brigade thingy and. I don't think there's so many more. But yeah.
Excellent. Thank you.
Wow. Storm's a snitch.
So, this murder, it took place in the garden house.
Yup.
And you stabbed Lord Nicodemus
Yup. Right.
with one of the swords that were taken when you were arrested.
Yup.
And the motivation behind the murder was payment, I assume.
Oh, yes.
Did Lord Nicodemus's character affect your choice to murder him? I have been told he was not a pleasant man.
I did not meet the man, so I'm not sure.
Excellent. Would you consider yourself an assassin, Storm?
No.
Would you consider yourself an immoral mercenary?
No.
Then what do you consider yourself to be?
Captain Storm.
I can't know what sort.
Pirate. Captain.
A pirate on land.
At the moment, yes.
What is your name?
Captain Storm.
I have been told that that might not be your only name.
Why would I have another name? Captain Storm.
Must I cast a spell?
My other name.
You have been very forthcoming so far.
My other name is Carl.
Perception check.
Carl the Bun.
That one. This one.
6 plus minus 1.
I don't believe it is. It does not seem appropriate. Such
Yeah,
as
that's
yourself.
a quite ugly name. But why would you like to know my name? I'm going to die either way. Tomorrow.
Do you want your name to be in the grave?
No. Oh. That's a good question if I want.
Carl.
Perhaps you will just be thrown in an unnamed
Can I tell them?
mass grave.
I can tell you that before I die. Before I get hung or something. You
Your
landlubbers,
would
you.
be to tell me.
How would that be safe?
Because I am the one who will be interrogating you. I doubt that the executioner will care what your name is.
But other people will.
I don't think so, no. An unmarked grave is an alternative. A hole in the ground without a stone. Does that look
Captain Storm.
tempting?
Captain Storm.
If they don't put Captain or Sir on your grave.
Captain Storm can stand on my grave as I've done my part in this landlubber hell of a place. Should have just stayed at the sea. Fucking Jesus Christ. Liars everywhere. Clarice, you, my co-workers, myself. I'm done. I'm getting crazy in this fucking cage, eh?
If you were offered freedom,
Huh? Yeah?
would you change your path?
Yes.
Then what would you do? Settle down.
You cannot settle down. I'm a
Then what?
misfit. Do something else that would get me money, eh? I need money to survive, yes?
There is a place for everyone, including misfits.
Exactly. And I were in my place. The outcast.
Not a place like that. You don't think I know what it's like to be shunned by society?
You might, but you found your place. If I just walk up to the fucking crown as a lizard, they wouldn't accept me, eh? But now when I show, I'm gonna kill the king, then they want me, eh? Isn't that kind of weird? That I have to show power before they choose me.
That you need to show yourself capable to be given this job. That requires skill. No, I don't think that is very strange. I would not be chosen.
But they wouldn't accept me if I just...
I would not have been chosen as chief interrogator had I not possessed the skills I do.
Exactly.
Does that surprise you?
No.
The king would not be king if he wasn't a capable leader. Lady de la Nuit would not be colonel if she was not a capable military woman. But I see what you're saying, to some extent.
Good. Now can we get to this court already? I'm getting tired in here.
Soon enough, I have some more questions for some of your friends.
Or are you going to the sea and meeting my friends? They would love you, man.
Answer one more question for me. If you could start all over, undo all the things you've done, would you do it all again? The same way you did?
Of course.
I believe we're done here.
You're gonna die.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, you saw this.
Remember this day, they all will cause.
He leaves.
Great.
After that, Jaxson. It is again just perhaps an hour past noon when you see the figure of the tormentor
Bruh.
your cell again. Good day, Jaxson.
Good day.
I only have a single question for you. One that I didn't ask you last time.
Mm-hmm.
Are you prepared to speak truthfully?
Yes.
Great. Then do not resist this spell. It is a quick question.
Mm-hmm.
And if anything, it will only be beneficial for you to answer it.
Mm-hmm.
And he's going to ask zone of truth. Do you resist?
No.
I know the question.
What was your part in the assassination?
Fuck. No.
I don't know.
Did you have any direct involvement with the killing?
I can like show Dara where he was. Like, he's at the gathering right now. Go get him there.
So you were aware that Dara was going to lead him?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So Jaxson survives, Dara gets executed in the storm.
Thank you. I believe that is all I need to know. And he's going to leave.
I'm gonna survive.
And with that, I think it's a good time to take a break. So we're going to do that now, and then we'll be back and see what happens.
Lovely,
With
eh?
the actual court case.
Order in the court.
So see you in a few minutes. Bye. Oj, nu kör vi här. Jag råkade.
Rather.
Alright, let's go. Yeah, we're back. Execution time.
Can you do this? Yes, I can.
Weird flex, but okay. Literally.
Yeah.
Alright, so where we last left off, the tormentor Edgar Schwartz had just spoken to all of you over 2 days' time. After he leaves you, Jaxson, some more time goes by. It was probably about 1 p.m. or so when he visited you the second time. And about 2 or 3 hours pass before you hear footsteps again. It is once again the officer from the Nightlight Brigade, along with a number of Nightlight Brigade soldiers.
Am I that dangerous?
He opens the door, orders them to shackle you.
Am I that dangerous that it's a cobra?
They shackle both your hands and your legs,
What?
so that it's kind of difficult. It would be impossible to run. You can walk, but you can't run.
I can walk run.
And then they put a bag over your head.
I can jump.
Proficiently wormy.
Yeah, I can. I have worming at the 13 feet.
Usually it's called crawl.
Wormy.
How would that even work?
Crawl
Like,
can be like I do.
Right. So
So-
worm walking. Are you sure it's not 60 feet? Because I've heard that's super fast.
I mean, like 60
Yeah,
feet
but
is
the
when I
the shackles, man.
in difficult.
over
60
encumbered.
feet is in difficult terrain.
Okay, yeah. Boosts. The same thing happens to the two of you. Soldiers come and they shackle. Your arms are already shackled, so they only shackle your legs.
I must learn to cast spells with my feet.
And
Oh yeah.
you are taken out of wherever you are.
Great.
You don't see much, as I said. You have your bags over your heads. And you're led away. Away from whatever keep you were held in, or keeps. You don't even know if you were held in the same place.
Bang.
And you walk about the same distance that you walked to get there. Storm for you, it's kind of difficult to comprehend what's going on almost. You've been in darkness and solitude for days, it feels like. Probably 4 or 5 days is what you would estimate it to, because again, it's so impossible to keep track of time.
Yep.
You're eventually all brought inside somewhere, and your sacks covering your vision, covering your faces.
Your
The bags.
Yeah. Ball bags.
Yeah, that's something different. The bags over your heads are torn off, and you all find yourselves standing next to one another in a gigantic room. Walls made of marble. It's this circular, huge rotunda.
Rotunda.
It's a big round room.
Big round room.
Is basically what
Is
it
the
means.
roof round as well?
Yes, there's a big domed ceiling with like there are carvings in the ceiling of these battle scenes. You see near the top,
You see me busy too.
near the top, just under the kind of dome that closes off this entire rotunda, there are windows that kind of shine the daylight down onto the floor where you are. The floor is also this beautiful pattern. There are several floors, probably 2 or 3 floors above you, and the ceiling is very high in every one. From having walked around the Hammersworth district, or the Hammersworth ward, there's only really one house that this could be from what you've seen. There's only one that would have such a huge domed rotunda in it, and that would be the council hall. The house of the, I think it's called the House of the Council.
Okay.
It's this massive marble building. If you know what the Capitol building in Washington D.C. looks like, then it's kind of like that. You're standing by the entrance when your thing is taken off your head, and you see around this room there are there are two more doors that seem to lead to other rooms, and there are also some doorways that lead to stairs that seem to lead up to the levels. But what you do see between these kind of doors and doorways is a lot of these big statues. Statues carved from either white marble or some black, perfectly polished dark stone. The statues themselves seem to be divided into categories based on kind of what the people kind of are. And you see among the guards escorting you, there's Major Women. And he basically is going to turn to all of you and say, according to tradition, when you enter the house of the council, you are supposed to take a lap clockwise around the room to pay respect to each and every one of the statues. I suppose I need to tell you that you're not given an option.
But can I walk?
You are walking.
Can I have the shackles?
No.
Am I jumping?
No, you can walk with the shackles.
No, like you can walk, you just can't run because your feet only go a certain distance apart.
But you can run.
But it's
very
pretty
fast.
heavy.
Well, you can kind of scuttle forwards as quick as possible, but if you try to properly run, you'll just trip and fall. But you can walk. Like, it's not that difficult as long as you don't take very wide steps.
I'm gonna try to claim my freedom with shackles on me.
Great. So, you are led around this...
I asked Greenland that.
Oh, you ask?
Yes.
Oh, I thought it was just a meta thing. Claim your freedom.
Talking. I have to
We
look
will see
like a
about that.
loop. Great.
But you and the soldiers start walking around the room. On the first wall that you walk past, you see statues with this plaque above them that says, "The old heroes, those who inspired us."
Jaxson is there.
In the center of which you see this noble-looking man, a statue of a noble-looking man with the plaque on the statue saying Valerian Hammersworth. And underneath it says, the first king of Beleriand. What you do know, of course, is that Valerian Hammersworth was the first person who tried to free Beleriand long before Grimwald came along, hundreds of years earlier. But the rebellion failed, and he was executed. Next to him, you see another statue that kind of stands out from the rest. Like, there are plenty of statues in this part. But the statue next to him is this woman in a very beautiful set of plate armor, where the name says Evangeline the Radiant, Vanquisher of Isidore. And you see she holds this huge, beautiful sword, this great sword, which is an absolute work of art to look at. It is probably one of the most beautiful, detailed blades that any of you has ever seen. Obviously, it is carved from marble, so it is not a real sword, but
I
it
take
is
this sword.
nonetheless incredibly beautiful.
Rip the marbles up.
As you're being led onwards, you get to another wall where it says, "The new heroes, those who freed us." You walk past the statues and you find King Grimwald, completely unexpected. Underneath his name it says, "First of his name and heir of Valerian Hammersworth." As you continue to walk and look at these statues, you find another one, the statue of Emran. You look at all these statues, and a lot of them are either familiar names to you, or familiar faces even. You find Sir Melwyn Torn, whose brother you got into a fight with at the ball about food. You find General Wilco Mathis, the he would be the head of the Mathis district in Strongwood. I don't think you ever saw him, but I could be wrong. You find Duke Roderick of Riverport,
That guy.
who was granted the statue for the Battle of Riverport. Next to him, you also see Count Narding of Galethorpe, who lived from the years 944 to 1003. And you do, of course, know that Roderick is now the Duke of both Riverport and Galethorpe. After that, you see a face on the statue that you haven't seen before, yet it is very familiar in either way. It is the face on the statue of Vernetta de la Nuit, the eldest of the de la Nuit sisters, and the only one of them that you have not yet met. But the facial features are unmistakable.
Indeed.
The one that is even more OP than the twins.
And of course, the last one that you see is a statue of two women, both posing on the same platform, those being Eileen and Arlette. There are, of course, some others as well that you don't recognize. There's a dwarf, a Goliath, and some others that are at least less standoutish. As you move on to the third wall, you see the title, The Religious, those who gave us faith. The first one you encounter is a statue of High Priest Orion.
Ugly bitch.
At the Temple of Veer in Strongwood.
Mm.
You move on and you find other priests. The Archpriest Montrell of the Grand Temple of Veer in Venderthal. High Priest Sionade of the Temple in Bluedale. And High Priestess Vivian of the Temple in Holmond. Lastly, you reach the wall with the inscription, The Council, those who help guide us to a bright future. You see the first statue is of a man with a mustache and a small goatee. Something is a bit familiar about him, as if you've seen him at some point perhaps. The name is Cortland Van Ryzen. And his title says, First Vice Head of the Council of Enderthal. And next to him, of course, is the statue of Ledger de la Nuit, the father of the de la Nuit sisters, with the title First Head of the Council of Enderthal. There are some serious resemblances between him and his daughters, but of course he's much older, and he's a man, which also makes his features slightly different. He does not have the same elf-like touch to him as his daughters do, since that is likely from the mother's side. Yeah, you would know for sure that that is from the mother's side because you met Revan Goldenoak, who is quite clearly has a significant portion of elf blood, and you found out that he is the brother of the Durmani sister's mother. And as you make your way around, you are then led onwards through the door that was on your left, or on the left side of this huge rotunda as you entered. And as the doors swing open, you find yourselves standing in the council chamber. At the front of the chamber, on the opposite end of the room, there is this dual-tiered platform designed for the king and the head of the council to sit upon, which is facing the semicircular rows of seats, about 100 of them, that are lined up through this chamber. You also see that there's a gallery, this kind of a balcony-like structure that is surrounding the chamber on the upper floor on 3 of the 4 sides of the room. The only side that doesn't have the elevated platform would be the side on which the platform is.
Is the room filled with people?
No. It is not. However, there are some people in the room. Seated at the top of the platform, you see King Grimwald himself. And beneath him, on the 2 seats on the second platform, you see head and vice head of the council, Ledger de la Nuit,
What the fuck?
and Portland Van Ryzen, which, as you see him in person, you realize why you recognize him. He is Clarabelle's father.
You fucking dumbass. Karma! Karma!
Why? Of all the things.
Clarabelle. Leo.
You also see
Yeah, he's gonna die.
standing at the front row of the seats facing the platform. There's Edgar Schwartz, the Tormentor, waiting for you. But you see nobody else.
Except the guards and the women, of course.
There are guards and women that's there, yes.
Are
No,
they sitting
carrots.
down or are
No guards, let's go.
They just leave you there and then leave.
Mm-hmm.
You see they bow.
so no guards left?
No guards left. Not in the room itself.
Gonna make
You also
it.
see that there are 2 more doors in this room, I believe. Let me just cross-reference this with my map that I spent
So
way
we
too
can
much time
escape.
working on. Yeah, there are 2
No
more.
time. You
There are
sucker.
2 more doors that are flanking
I
the
am
kind
too
of
strong for
platform
Misha.
on which the king and the head and vice head of the council are sitting.
Right.
And you are basically led up to be at the front of the rows. So there's still maybe 10 or 20 feet between you and the platform.
Mm-hmm.
And of course they have these desks in front of them that also separate you from them. And you see how Ledger de la Nuit, with the same eyes of his daughters, these purple and green speckled eyes, look at you one by one. So does Cortland Van Ryzen, although he does not seem to have any form of recognition looking at you,
Oh, great.
which you see as take a sign of relief. But he does not seem to know who you are.
Thank the gods.
You see how the 2 head counselors stand from their seats, face King Grimwald, they bow, and it is kind of implied that you're supposed to do the same.
I do.
Yeah, we do the same.
A quickie.
Cookie.
And
Ooh.
before anything else, Ledger de la Nuit says, we are in the presence of His Majesty, His Royal Highness King Grimwald I of Bellerin, first of his name, heir to Balerion Hammersworth,
son of Bluedale, survivor of the mines, champion of the people, and liberator of the lands.
That's a long title.
Council, you may take your seats. And the two of them sit down. This is quite clearly just a formality.
Yeah. Is it just me, or are we screwed by the fact that the judges are the king, Delanui, and some guy who's probably gonna hate
No,
me?
he doesn't recognize me.
Let's
Wait
go!
for it.
Storm.
The king
This
kind
is-
of, you see how King Grimwald adjusts himself in the throne-like chair he's sitting in. This time he's not dressed in full plate armor. And he looks to all of you. I assume you know exactly why you are here.
Indeed.
Yes.
You ought to be tried for the murder of Lord Nicodemus. I have only summoned the most trusted of my advisors and counselors. This is to be a closed trial. No information gets out. Is that understood?
Of course.
Yes.
Whatever your judgment may be, it will be held out of the public eye.
Great.
Storm, what is your passive perception?
15.
15. You can roll a perception check.
I really don't trust my left hand.
14,
Yeah, no. Nothing really.
I think. Yeah.
Actually, never mind, because you don't have dark vision.
Oh.
No, I'll allow you to make perception checks as well.
I see one has one.
Well, we know someone is going to succeed on it.
I mean, it's not. It's bright, right?
No, it's
It's
dark.
not. Okay,
The part that you're looking
great.
for
I
something and it's dark.
No.
just want to make sure. 19.
19, and what is the total?
23.
23. Let me look. I just need to make sure if 19 is enough for this.
What?
23 is.
Let's go! Let's go!
Pretty
Dun,
sure.
dun.
So
Jax the hacks.
22 is exactly enough. So Jackson's actually the only one who sees this. You just kind of like nervously look around, scanning the room for a second, and you see up on the gallery, right behind you, at the back of the seats up there, there is the dark figure of Clarice Delanui watching from the shadows.
Jesus. Shadow!
She seems to be alone. You can't see anyone else.
Clarice is up on the balcony.
Whispering is not appreciated here.
Clarice is up on the balcony.
What the
I
fuck?
am not being
What
polite.
the
They all immediately, they all immediately look up there. I assume you also look where you're
Yeah, I
looking,
guess I do.
but you don't see her.
She was.
Ledger Delanui kind of like shifts a bit and then says, "What is this about? Are you talking about my Clarice?"
Yes.
Why would she be here?
Respectfully, I would like you to address her as Lady Delanui, or alternatively Colonel Clarice Delanui.
Fine.
No.
Fine.
See, I have been made aware of your previous dealings with my daughter.
Mm-hmm.
I understand the group of you have a past within the Nighttide Brigade.
Indeed.
I believe some more respect is due.
Indeed. Excuse me for my coworker.
Yeah. Storm has finally learned the art of kissing.
Didn't think you'd call her out like that. Come on.
I felt like that would be a pretty obvious thing to do. Don't whisper.
Okay.
I mean, if they didn't want me to whisper, I can just tell it to them as well.
I would prefer, if there are no more interruptions, Chief Investigator, I want you to present what you have learned from your investigation. You see Edgar Schwartz, the Tormentor, step forward, kind of face sideways, so that he can turn his head to look either towards you or towards the king and the counselors. What I found through my interrogation was quite enough to both condemn and partially absolve members of this group. To cut directly to the chase, the blade that cut down Lord Nicodemus was wielded by the hand of the one called Storm. It has been confirmed both under magic by his co-workers and confessed by the man himself. As for the others, their part in this murder varies. The one we call Dara, helped by luring the deceased Lord Nicodemus to a designated spot in the garden house where Storm was waiting to cut him down. As for Jackson's part, it is much less involved. His only direct involvement was to point Dara in the direction where he had last seen the Lord Nicodemus. So, the way I see it, the matter is as such that Storm stands accused of murder, Dara of first-degree accomplice, and Jaxson as second-degree accomplice.
Slavery, possible execution.
The counselors and the king seem to nod in agreement.
Objection.
Furthermore, as I have been requested by your majesty to investigate the degree of Colonel de la Nuit's involvement, it would seem that there have been several accusations made by the party of her awareness of this murder. As for the motivation behind such an involvement, that remains unclear. I have been told nothing but vague theories, ranging from vengefulness to an attempt to set them up. And so, what I can confirm is that sometime prior to the murder, Lady Clarice de la Nuit implied that she was aware of their plans, more so than just being aware of the planned assassination of His Majesty, but also the details surrounding the attempt at Nicodemus's life. To what extent, apart from that, I cannot say. You see, Ledger de la Nuit seemingly
quite clearly uncomfortable, and says, Your Majesty, I am sure this is but a mere misunderstanding. My daughter would not go against the crown and withhold any information. House de la Nuit has pledged their loyalty to you, Your Majesty, and will uphold our honor in any situation. We serve Your Majesty above all else. I can assure you that. Never did a single thought of treachery ever cross my mind in all my years that I have been loyal to you.
Jesus.
Head Counselor de la Nuit, I am not suspecting you of dishonesty, but your daughter's involvement seems quite obvious. You see Vice Head Van Ryzen gesture towards you. Do you have anything to say to this?
Clarice said that if we would kill Grimwald, that was the first plan, of course, that we had to make so this dear kind gentleman would be king instead.
Otherwise,
They look around.
they would expose us to the outcast for our crimes against them.
Exactly. Threatening us.
And these crimes against the outcasts?
It was under the night high brigade. It was a mission.
You see how Ledger de la Nuit seems to think.
We killed one of the leaders. In
Under orders.
I understand.
And Clarice did nothing to stop us from the murder on Nicodemus when she knew what would happen.
Mhm.
If my daughter did imply that I was to be crowned king and succeed the honorable Lord Grimwald, then that is not unexpected. After all, in terms of a line of succession, the head of the council is second to ascend to the throne, should something happen to the king. It's so ridiculous to look at. And Ryzen kind of gestures for you to lower your hands. What I am most concerned about is what her reasons for stating such things is.
You're trying to put this...
Objection. Storm, you have not been granted permission to speak.
Excuse me.
And they continue with the little thing. As de la Nuit says, I wish to know if it is so that my daughter, Colonel de la Nuit, did, as a matter of fact, know about the planned assassination of Lord Nicodemus ahead of time. And in your conversation, mentioned that I was to be crowned king should your assassination on His Majesty succeed. Then that begs the question, why would I not be?
The outcast had a plan to make Raven Golden the successor. And we're trying to convince people at the ball to vote for him.
So, yeah.
Careful, Storm.
I thought we had the word when... Oh, okay.
The defendant Jaxson was offered permission to speak. Do you request the same? You may speak.
Maybe you have something to do with this as well. Maybe you're just pointing fingers towards Clarice when in real you want to be the king and want Greenwald.
Objection! Your Majesty, this is outrageous. You know that you can trust me.
That's very convincing.
Master Schwartz, in order for us to leave this discussion behind, I would like you to cast your spell on my most trusted advisor. Ledger de la Nuit nods. And you get a gesture to lower your hand from Van Ryzen. You see Edgar Schwartz approach and cast the Zone of Truth spell. Counselor de la Nuit, were you aware of any plans to assassinate the king or Lord Nicodemus ahead of Clarice's report about the assassination? I was not. Your Majesty, the spell has spoken. He takes a few steps back. Jaxson, you may speak.
There's one more witness that Clarice knew about this. That's Major Woman.
Major Women of the Shadow Company.
Indeed. He was with us when
And he was witness of how much?
everything.
This will be investigated. I suppose it is time for your defense, then.
Mhm.
These matters with my daughter will wait.
I don't know which doctor.
No, exactly.
I'm trying to change up the accents, okay? They have different,
Yeah.
distinct voices, okay? That's Ledger de la Nuit.
I understood that.
You should have a name sign that you
Well,
put
the
up.
thing
like
is,
Ledger.
it's so annoying when you're when I'm like several different characters that are just switching between talking.
Yeah, understandable.
It's like
And both have a daughter.
that also. That's well, like
Yeah, the only one we don't know about having daughters is Grimwald.
you know that he doesn't have any children, which is why the head of the council is second in succession.
I feel like I want to say gay at that, but I feel like
I
it's
mean, he's a young man still. I mean, he's in his mid-30s, which is technically quite old, but at the same time, he has lived most of his life as a peasant in the mines in Bluedale. So, you know, he has only really been a king for a few years, and relations are still being established with different kingdoms, and so finding a partner at this time is probably not at the top of the priority list.
You do realize you just made me want to say gay even more.
You are free to
Sing it.
have whatever theories you want.
Okay, nice.
So, you stand accused, and from Master Schwartz's reports, there have been confessions. Storm, would you like to confess to the murder here before the court?
I murdered Nicodemus.
Do you confirm that what Master Schwartz has stated here in the court is true?
Yes.
Does either of you object?
No.
Would either of you wish to make a case
Yes.
for your defense?
Yes.
Storm, I would beg of you to wait until one of us is finished speaking before
Excuse
raising
me.
your voice. This is your final warning.
Just execute him on the spot.
Storm, you may speak. Make your defense.
We were promised a so-called prophecy. A prophecy that the hatred towards so-called lizards, dragonborns, grey folk, or whatever else would be stopped. That this would be a equal place. That everyone could feel at home, no matter what. But that in the current moment lies. And this has not been fulfilled. So now we, Titanborn or others, are living in racism, if so. And the days we are here in the town, we cannot live as normal folks. And what do we seek out then? Yes, the illegal parts of their work to get our money from. And therefore, we went to the outcasts and got a job from there, because no one else will accept us for what we are. And therefore, we murdered Lord Nicodemus, because you haven't fulfilled the part of your prophecy. And I'm quite sorry for what I've done, and I hope we can figure something out, Grimald.
That's the biggest pile of bullshit I've ever heard.
Storm, I would like to ask you to refer to His Majesty by title, not simply name.
Kingslayer.
You see, they just freeze. The room just goes dead silent, and they just...
What's the title then? Excuse
That's
me.
technically his title.
You see Courtnam Horizon instantly kind of half stands. His title as Your Majesty, Your Highness, or even King would suffice. Kingslayer is not something we utter in this room.
Majesty, excuse me for my sins.
Oh no!
Oh, God, W.
No, I didn't say that. I didn't say that. It was word
He
and
said-
deed.
he
use
said
me for
excuse
Yes.
me for my sins.
Big difference, I understand.
We're like,
Yes.
oh my god, are we kidding?
It's
Okay.
just a big Monka Gia moment right there.
Jaxson, you know what to do. Stab someone.
Storm,
Aye.
you claim that you were given no choice but to seek out the outcasts. But the way I understand it, there are 3 branches among the outcasts. The Blood Pact, the Band of Mercy, and the Pilfer's Ring.
Correct.
And so I ask, why take refuge with the Blood Pact when a more peaceful alternative is offered? That to me does not indicate remorse towards your actions. It indicates that you're using this as an excuse.
Does it look like a lizard with a scar across his face would be good for talking as the what are they called? Fucking
Venomers.
Band of Mercy is doing to get peace. No, that will not work. And we, of course, use the Pilfer's Ring as well, but they needed our help for this specific job.
Storm, it seems to me that you're putting yourself in a basket of people where you do not see any possible other way to live. You identify yourself based on outwardly features and use that as your excuse why you can't be what you want to be.
That is correct.
You made that judgment.
That is correct. Because
You
That
see
is-
now that Edgar Schwartz takes a step forwards. Cortland and Ryzen looks at you and then at him and hands the word over to him. Your Majesty, from my conversation with Storm, I must say that his apology seems disingenuous. I questioned him whether if he could do it all over again, would he do it the same way? And he did indeed confirm that he would.
objection.
You see Cortland Rising preparing to say something. Storm, this does not seem to be a genuine apology. What say you in your defense?
I was quite confused of that question. I've been locked in a room, a dark room with nothing for I don't know how long because I had nothing to tell time with. So I thought he meant it's not that way, you see, because why would I want to do everything over again to just end up here? I would do things different, of course.
Then I ask you now, if you did things different, would it just be to make sure you were not caught?
No,
So you would not have murdered
I
Lord
would-
Nicodemus then?
I would think twice, of course. I wouldn't kill Lord Nicodemus because I still don't get why they want to kill King Grimwald.
At this point, like, Cortland Rising doesn't even say anything, it just
I just feel like,
like starts massaging his forehead. Dara,
Yes, I'm sorry, Your Highness, but I would like to add some clarification towards this. Well, it is true that that of course the Blood Pact is to blame for the possible assassination attempt. However, the others are not also without their guilt. They were all the three organizations were a part of this plot. Of course, with different aspects given to each group. For example, the Band of Mercy's objective was to make sure that the next king in line would be a fair and just ruler.
This makes me question one thing. The Band of Mercy were to place a fair and just ruler on the throne.
That's me.
Then why not simply follow the line of succession and allow Head Counselor de la Nuit to ascend?
Because we had a vote about it.
Let me hear it. What were the motivations behind the choice?
Well, as as well as most assuredly you can understand, we have multiple. The Band of Mercy, the Blood Pack, and the Pilfer's Ring have multiple interests to keep in mind. Some not noble, some some of noble but misguided, as you most assuredly can understand. And we have taken it upon ourselves to ponder the possibilities, and therefore we decided to take into consideration what the people wanted.
I understand that, Dara, but I wonder, why did you make the choice? What led the organizations within the Outcasts to elect Reverend Goldenoak above my head counselor?
Intelligence check.
3 more votes.
No, 1 more vote.
Oh, was it?
No.
No.
He didn't even get them.
Oh. Yeah, he had the same amount of votes as the Thromaran option.
There was like a moment of them looking at each other and being kind of wondering about wondering maybe.
I voted for Thromaran, and we could have said he had less than Thromaran.
I suppose this is irrelevant. We're not getting anywhere with it anyway.
So
I didn't vote.
Either way, the question still stands. Do you truly blame everything that you did on your mistreatment by society? And
Apart.
do you believe that it should absolve you from guilt?
I believe a part of it played the aspects of me killing him. And I believe that not all guilt shall be put off my shoulders, but quite a bit. I could show you I'm a good man.
he actually starts laughing.
Say you were put in charge of ruling a court case such as this, and say that the guilty, the defendant, was an ordinary human holding a regular profession. Would you judge that man more harshly than you would judge yourself?
This depends. Because I have slain the Blood Pact leader, you see. That puts me up a bit.
Yeah.
No whispering in here.
Purifier.
And some other good parts.
Say you have the same past.
As the human.
Yes. The only difference is the way society treats you.
Then you would guess the same as me. Because I don't want to be racist.
But that man has not been treated poorly by society.
Yes.
So what you're saying is then that it does not matter in the eyes of the law.
But you meant he has done the same thing as me.
Yes. You have done the same deeds, the same misdeeds. Whatever acts of grandeur you may claim, and whatever you stand accused of, is perfectly mirrored on this human man. Your lives are eerily similar, but he has not had to go through the shunning because of his race that you have. Society has treated him fairly because he is looked upon as just anyone else. He is just an ordinary human man in the crowd.
And then it's different.
Then would you punish him more harshly than you would punish yourself? You both murdered Lord Nicodemus. You both have worked with the Nighttide Brigade in servitude of the kingdom.
If he... This all depends. But yes, I would. Because you have to start somewhere with the prophecy.
That was like the most inspirational thing Thomas ever said.
And that would be to punish those who have not been punished by society more harshly.
That sounds bad as well.
To create injustice in the eyes of the law.
No! Yeah.
Does a man who was beaten as a child deserve less of a punishment than one that was pampered by his parents?
No.
Does a man who has burned down an orphanage before whatever he may be tried for now deserve a harsher punishment than a man who has not?
Maybe.
Then I believe your fundamental views of the law differs from that of the kingdom. You are tried on this case alone, not your past doings, not your past experiences. All that matters is what you did, how you did it, and then if we are made to determine your likelihood of doing it again, that would be the final matter.
Indeed, indeed.
You see Roger Delanoy kind of half zoned out, seems to kind of shake his head and come back to reality. So, Jaxson, Dara, do you wish to say anything more? Do you stand with your companion on this issue? Do you claim that discrimination and mistreatment led you down the path you are on now?
Yes,
I would say so.
it was an influence.
And do you believe that makes your misdeed justifiable?
No.
I don't. However, I find it more excusable.
And should that matter in the eyes of the law?
It should be considered in the eyes of the law.
That individuals that have now been broken by society are willing to murder because of their anger. That to me only tells me one thing, and it is that you are more than likely to do it again.
I will tell you this. Your interrogator over there has very questionable methods of extracting information. Is this how you find truth and justice to be found from?
It does indeed extract the truth.
At
And
what cost?
It is a necessary evil. I would rather have the truth than to condemn an innocent person.
So you reject the prophecy as a mere hocus pocus, then?
But this does not go against the prophecy.
It does.
Punishment of the guilty is not mentioned in the prophecy.
And why shouldn't it be?
Well, nobody says if it should or shouldn't be, it simply isn't. I know the prophecy. The prophecy never mentions a just or unjust way of judging those who are guilty of something.
But it does mention the just treatment of all races.
It does, but do you find that we are being biased based on your race?
Yes.
That we are judging your crime as someone inferior then?
Yes. I
So
do
they,
also take into consideration perhaps not only race, but social standing as well.
Enough! I will need evidence of this. What points you towards me and my counselors, judging you unfairly based on your exterior?
It is very likely that Clarice Delannoy played a vital part in this assassination plot. Perhaps one that you do not
Objection, that is irrelevant. Leave my daughter out of this.
Okay. There might be a mutiny behind the Nighttide Brigade that leads that they are clearly involved in the assassination attempt on this.
That was not my question. My question is, how have we judged you based on your race?
And that needs to be involved Delannoy. Why has she not been asked by the tormentor under the pressure of death? Why has she not been imprisoned in a cell? Why has she not been isolated and made to not know what day or night it is, and to not understand how the flow of time has passed?
My daughter's involvement in this is still under investigation. These claims have just now been raised. This is ridiculous.
Then you further prove my point.
This is not a matter of race. This is a matter of...
Then let me ask you one question. Do you feel this because of your blood ties, or do you feel this because of who we are?
Because long immense servitude to the crown. That is why. House de la Nuit, just like many other houses and people of differing races, have fought for the crown.
They were born into that place.
My eldest 3 daughters were a vital part in winning the campaign against Primera. We would not have our independence were it not for them.
And Lady Clarice were?
She has been doing everything she can to live up to the family's image and expectations. Ever since a young age, I entrusted her in the care of her elder sisters to be trained to continue our legacy. She has been the secret service of this nation. She has kept our citizens safe innumerable times. She has created an army, a unit of the army that was thought to be impossible. She has rehabilitated and turned around the lives of those who were thought to be lost.
Then let me ask you a certain question.
Now let me speak till I am done.
Very well.
Is there any group in this entire world that has been more accepting towards people of various social standings or backgrounds than my daughter's Nighttide Brigade? I say no.
And I say yes, there have
Her
been.
group consists of those who were shunned and thought to be lost. She has turned around the lives of thousands of men and women and of all kinds of backgrounds and races, if you may. She has done more work for equality than any of you, than anyone else. So do not come here and accuse my daughter of such things.
I believe that you are mistaken in this position. First of all, do you know the story of how we entered the Nighttide Brigade in the first place?
Yes, like all members of the Nighttide Brigade, you are most likely criminals.
And
Criminals that she saw a light in. Criminals who she knew to be good men and women at heart.
You did not actually answer my question. Do you know the story?
I do not know the exact details of what you had done, no.
Great, then let me tell you this story. So, Storm, do you remember how you happened to come into contact with the Night Tide Brigade?
Of course.
Do you remember that you had a disagreement with a guard because you were not allowed into the market square because of your appearance?
Indeed.
Do you remember that you and the guard were quite angry at each other? And you do remember that insults were shouted at each other.
Of course.
And you do remember that their response was to call in the guards and chase you down to execute you on the spot or take you prisoner.
Yes.
And you do remember that they chased you down all the way down to the docks, up to a boat. And you do remember that the Night Tide Brigade came in then and asked you to join under the pressure that you would either be executed for unfair treatment.
Yes.
Would you consider this acceptance or equality? I believe this was under threat.
It is a generous offer. Should she instead have stood there and watched you get killed? She gave you an opportunity to come back to society, to be absolved of guilt. Yes, I do agree that such events, as the one you have described, assuming that it is truthful, which I do not doubt, mind you, is an unfortunate circumstance of local rulers. Not all rulers in this kingdom take as great care to ensure that their servants are treating the subjects equally. But to accuse my daughter and say that she is the root evil in this is ridiculous. Your Majesty, I beg you, please.
And I'm not done. I even have more to consider.
Before you do, tell me, where did this happen?
This happened in Riverport.
Under the rule of
Duke
Duke
Roderick.
Roderick. This would not be the first claim you've made against him.
No. As a matter of fact, he is, well, if we were to come with your terms, he is the greater evil if we were to consider him and de la Nuit in this situation.
I would like to ask you, similarly to what my head counselor has asked, what do you suggest Lady de la Nuit had done in that situation?
I suggest that she acted upon her desire to form a strong unit by merely tapping into the local racism. She's not a fighter for justice. She's an abuser of power.
You did not answer my question.
Yes,
What should she have done in that particular situation, seeing your companion chased onto a ship?
she should have
Should
stopped.
she have stood there and watched?
No, she should have acted, stopped the guards, and made the Duke give a formal apology for
I'm
his...
afraid Colonel de la Nuit does not have that authority.
Then I suppose that she should have escorted Storm out of the city instead of forcing him to join.
As unfortunate as it is, a king cannot rule an entire kingdom on his own. I require my vassals, people like Duke Roderick, to keep an eye on certain regions. That, of course, also brings with it local law. Local treatment that may vary from the standard of the kingdom.
That such people like de la Nuit would not even take into
The
consideration.
only way that I see that Colonel de la Nuit could have gotten you out of that situation alive was to do what she was permitted to do. Enlistment into the Night Tide Brigade has been deemed as a way of pardon.
So instead of a fair trial anything, or even a mere 5.
Dara, you are refusing to listen to what I am saying. I'm not saying
No,
that
I
the
believe
treatment...
you are.
Be silent! You are refusing to listen to what I have to say. I am not defended Duke Roderick or his actions. I'm beginning to lose my patience here.
As do I.
But you need to learn respect. This is a court. Do not speak unless you have been given permission to speak. Now, for the 3rd time, as sovereign of this nation, I try to say this. I do not condone what Duke Roderick did, nor what his men did. And I cannot say that this is a perfect system. It is far from it. It is flawed, and it is something I am working on finding a solution for. However, there is not much else that could have been done in that particular situation. The only options that the Lady de la Nuit has in that situation is to stand by and do nothing, or to offer you a contract with her brigade. She does not have the permission of the king to absolve anyone of guilt of any crime that she sees fit. She is a member of the nobility, and she is the colonel of a powerful military unit. However, that does not mean that she is king or queen of this kingdom. She has her way of enlisting soldiers that has been permitted by the crown. But she does not have total judicial superiority to deem someone guilty or innocent of a crime, however minor it may be. Duke Roderick is the appointed leader of that region. Now, if he does not deserve to be, which I am already investigating as of your last claims, if he is deemed unfit to rule that region, and the claims you have made are found to be true, then he will no longer be leading that region, and he will instead be replaced by someone just. But again, Lady de la Nuit in that situation in particular had nothing to do with the situation other than doing her best to save your friend. Do you have anything to respond with?
Yes, I do have a... Let's
And
not...
keep it respectful this time, Dara.
Very well. I shall take it, and I shall not even bring forth this discussion if it makes you, even if it makes it more pleasant for you. I shall instead talk about the alleged knowledge that Lady de la Nuit knew about the fact that Nicodemus would be assassinated.
Your Majesty, this is... We agreed to not discuss this further. This is irrelevant to the case. I just want to hear where this is going.
Now, have you taken into... Let's say this. We all know that the Night High Brigade has a firm and strong grip around the outcast. We can all agree on that.
To some extent, yes.
Yes. And she knew quite well about the assassination plot against you. Yes.
Correct.
She also knew about the exact details about the bombs, the support, and all of those. That's correct, because all of those were stopped.
Correct.
Now, isn't it quite odd that she somehow manages to know the exact details about the assassination, how it was attempted, and all the exact steps leading forward to it, but somehow she was not aware of the fact that the key part to even considering making all of this possible was the death of Nicodemus. Even though all of it was discussed under the same meeting, this was the first thing to be discussed.
I shall mention that this time around, Lady de la Nuit's reports
were not from one of her men. It was a third-party source, an insider among the outcasts, someone who decided to leak very important information.
And that person did not leak all of it if that were the case.
Perhaps. And that is what we intend to investigate.
Well, I believe that you should know about this, because this might actually be maybe a proof of corruption, as one could call it.
The investigation of Lady de la Nuit does not strike me as relevant to this court case in particular. Unless you wish to connect it to your point, then be clearer about it.
That's all I wish for now. I'll let my companions.
Storm, you
I'm
may
back
speak.
to the other thing, you know. Because Dara started jumping. You said that you couldn't. Clarice was supposed to do what she did there because I did a crime. Excuse me, what crime did I
Local
do?
crime.
Walking into the...
From what I have been informed about,
Is that a
I
crime?
would assume that your crime is related to a disturbance of the public order, or potentially an attempt to obstruct an officer of the law from doing their job.
And that results in murder on spots.
No, it should not.
He was throwing
But-
his spears.
Were you resisting arrest?
You will be kept on the spot.
But
Were you resisting arrest? Answer my question.
He was threatening with the swords and stuff. Eh?
Your permission to speak will be taken away from you until you've decided to answer my question. Did you resist arrest?
I think so, yes.
Then I understand that some form of violence might be necessary to capture you.
Maybe. But throwing spears on me, yeah.
It is questionable, and that guard under my rule would have been reviewed.
And then, yeah, he was kind of threatening. I walk up to the crow's nest, and then they, whatever. Yeah, Jaxson, let's go.
Jaxson, you have permission.
The only reason why this happened was because of his race. If it was a human, half-elf, dwarf, elf, anyone else, this situation wouldn't happen. So why should he be executed because of his race?
You shouldn't.
But that was going to happen. They had no reason to arrest him,
I see
except for
that.
his race.
I see that, and I am therefore investigating the rubric. What has happened here?
Camera.
Oh, it's frozen. Oh no.
Oh, no.
Maybe I can disconnect it.
Yeah.
This is kind of dumb. Hello. Please. Come back. Maybe I can switch.
Oh, let's go. It's back.
Okay, that's good. That's good.
Nice.
Great.
Storm.
At this point, we're just going in circles. Last words from me. I will better myself if the conditions is right, and yeah. If my race isn't you know, nice. Kevin's thrown at your service.
I suppose it is time for any other concluding remarks.
I do agree with Storm's assessment of this. An unjust system, or even a flawed or a failed system, will not make us stray on the right path, as you can truly understand. Let's take the Thromeran. When the Thromeran system was failing or flawed, did you not rise up to the shackles and reclaim your freedom?
Correct.
Then why should we not do the same, if that is how we are being treated?
Do you not think that is a bit soon? 5 years into a new kingdom, and you already decide that the entire system has failed and cannot be bettered.
Then when is not too soon? A month? A year? 100? 1,000? Does the time...
You understand that not even half a generation has passed. People still hold their former values. Change, true change, social change takes time. Values cannot be washed away from people overnight. A lot of what was instilled by Thomera still flows in the blood of our people, corrupted by them.
So you say that the strings of Thomera still hold place in the hearts of the Bellaronians?
It does, because the entire vision of Bellerin was a free nation where all would be treated equally. Thomera was one of oppression. Thomera was one built on a superiority and an inferiority. Titanborn were treated as slaves, as less than the rest. People with elven blood were treated as less than anyone else. Humans, and those who were seen as pure humans at that, they were the ones who were the masters of that kingdom. They controlled us all. They were a small elite that could do whatever they wanted with anyone else at any given time. Now I understand that things like that still happen. The accusations of Duke Roderick are a perfect example of such. But such a change cannot be done overnight. It is something that takes time, choosing the right leaders, finding out who is morally right and who is not. And it is something I have been working hard on ever since I first took the throne. You may believe me or not, but I am telling you the truth.
Then, if I may be so blunt, maybe you should work a little harder.
And maybe not trying to tear down a system that is working for you would be beneficial to you too.
If it had been working in the first place.
If it had been given a chance. From the very first day the outcasts worked against me. They hate anything that has power, of any sort. And that is the only thing that they do. They try to push down anyone else who has gained any sort of authority.
I assume that you both have it in common.
We do not, and I do not appreciate this attitude of yours. It is not going to be beneficial to you, let me tell you that much.
I don't believe that anything we can say in this matter will be beneficial. So I'm just doing this in order to change your mind. That perhaps you can one day understand what you're doing.
I still do not know what I am being accused of to do, but I am not disproven.
Then one day you will find out that it had all been too late.
You claim that I am some sort of racist, that I am as bad as Thomera, that I am trying to oppress everyone else. Is that what you're saying? Then maybe you should open your eyes and look around. You have no more permission to speak. Storm, you have already concluded your remarks. Jaxson, you remain.
Nice.
Do you have anything to say?
What I did was not a crime. Thank you.
Oh,
It's time for a verdict and a judgment.
Execution, painful
You
execution.
can maybe get the execution, you fucking douche.
Yeah, but that's what happens when you're chaotic good. And
As
have
it
fun
stood
progressive
at the
system.
beginning of this trial,
Storm stood accused of murder, assassination to be precise. Dara stood accused of first-degree accomplice, and Jaxson as second-degree accomplice. It is now time for us to discuss whether those punishments, those sentences, seem fitting or not. I suggest we start with the easiest case here.
Yeah, he confessed.
Jaxson,
That's me.
I believe that he is largely innocent. Yet, the second-degree accomplice claim stands. He did take part, but not to a comparable degree as his companions. I agree. You see Ledger de la Nuit kind of think for a second.
I object. He should have murder degree.
Agreed.
We're like, I'm just going to jail.
Jaxson?
Yes.
The court has spoken. You will be sentenced as a second-degree accomplice. Your punishment...
The mines.
Your punishment will be half that which was discussed prior to this court. You will spend the next 3.5 months in the mines in Bluedale.
3.5 months!
I was going for 7. What the fuck? Guess what you guys
We're not
did?
talking about this. We're like, holy shit!
I wish you the best of luck. Many have survived longer than that. And should you do the same, you will be absolved of any guilt. And you may live the rest of your days as a free man in Belrune.
I have a question.
Speak.
My possessions.
They will be taken by the crown sold. It is part of your punishment. If you own property, that will remain in your name. But possessions will be taken.
Yeah, we steal them.
I suppose next will be Dara.
5 years. We will double your punishment.
Dara, you were a dick. So you get
Yeah, you get
30 years.
The sentence is something I have started to reconsider. I believe that what we see here is more than just a first-degree accomplice. I see a driving force. Therefore, I would like to add to this punishment.
Yeah, you fucking dumbass.
I know. No persuasion checks, man. No persuasion.
You see both of them agree.
They don't even know what is going to happen.
Dara, you are sentenced to 7.5 years in the Bluedale mines. Increased from the initial 5 years that were discussed prior to the court.
My punishment was really nice.
The punishment was upped for reasons of rebellion, for
inciting violence. Lastly, Storm. I would like you to roll a persuasion check. Because
No!
a lot of it revolved around
Spending life.
bad punishment.
Luck!
You have 2 luck points left, I think.
Wait, persuasion?
Wisdom.
I can still
No.
choose this one, yeah?
Yeah, you can choose whichever one.
12.
12 total.
My right arm is failing me today, man.
Four years.
I believe that Storm's punishment should be reduced from the initial amount,
That.
as he has appeared to take the same amount of responsibility as Dara. Although his hand was the striking one, from what we have seen displayed here in court, it would seem that his hand was driven by a fellow member in the group.
Oh shit.
You see Delanui think for a moment. Disagree. Cortland follows and says, disagree. Rolled that a bit higher than that.
You look like the lizards, man.
What's the... This is amazing. Ooh, this...
With a tie between the 2 votes of the Crown and the 2 votes of the Council, the punishment defaults to the previously discussed one. Storm, you will be sentenced to 10 years
Oh.
in the Blue Dale Mines. Permission denied. This court has been dismissed. Tomorrow morning, your carriage will set off towards the north.
Leave the country.
You may exit the way you came.
I look up towards where Clarice stood.
It's,
Is she
She's
there?
not there.
Captain Storm at your service.
remember this.
Do you all leave?
Yep.
Yes.
Alright. Do you want to keep going for a little bit longer? Or?
Yep.
We
Yeah.
can go. We can keep going.
Hopefully we get our
Okay.
stuff back.
No.
Yeah, we won't! That's
Yeah.
the worst thing. The new character was like,
You lost the most.
Poor Duke Roderick. He finally understood what happened to his gold.
You get to the doors, and as you get close, they open, and you see Major Women's, along with the Nighthide Brigade, waiting outside, prepared to escort you.
kill me, women.
We kind of threw you and Clarice in the bus.
Take the sword and cut my fucking head off.
We're just trying to make you kill us. Right now.
Yep.
What were your verdicts?
They took my fucking gold. Kill me. Can I buy myself out of there? Huh?
You don't
You
have
can.
How?
With the money you earn while you're working there.
I won't earn as much as I fucking had.
You'll be mining gemstones. If you're good at it, you can pay off your sentence.
how much, like... money
But
for
they
it?
stole my gold then. That I could pay my
So
sentence
you
off.
need to pay it off with the money you earn there.
Exactly, that's a fucking stupid thing. 10 years. 10 years, women. Do something. Kill me. Save me.
Lady Delanui was right.
How was you right?
You would hate having everything you own taken away from you more than being killed in a small dungeon.
That's pretty obvious.
I'm just playing with
I
you.
only got 3.5 months.
I know you won't kill me either way.
Right.
Yeah, that's stupid.
I thought you were getting 7.
7 years.
They kind of like me, you know. So
Fucking stupid that they didn't like me. I was only positive. Like this fool got less than me when she fucking lured
she
him.
got
his
even
ass.
more because of rebellion.
I can tell you this. You would have gotten away with it if you weren't so disrespectful in the beginning. But then Cortland...
The best kept in storm. I can't help that.
Yeah, but fine. But Cortland is kind of the guy who's obsessed with law and order in the court, where everyone only speaks when they're spoken to, and they use the correct titles. So you would have gotten an agree from him without needing to roll the persuasion.
Great.
If you had just not done the Kingslayer comment, not addressed the
Legendary.
king properly, and spoken like 3 or 4 times when you were not supposed to speak.
How much would you have gotten if?
I would have gotten death.
No. No.
The starting point was 7 months, 5 years, and 10 years.
Yeah.
Because there's a big difference between being a second-degree accomplice
Also, it was
as someone who
this is
basically
death,
just
yeah.
knew about it
Mhm.
but didn't do anything, and someone who helped the actual kill.
Yeah.
And also the added thing came from,
Yeah, because I insulted the king.
well, it wasn't as much that, because you can't really increase the sentence because you insult the king.
But if you like
Disrespect the king.
No. You got it because you were basically pushing for a violent revolution.
Yeah.
And basically justifying acts of terror.
Yeah.
Which is not only you're not showing any remorse for what you did, but it's also trying to kind of push for more violence against the innocent.
But in my
Where's Clarice?
Yours was lowered because, you just... It was really obvious that you didn't do anything.
Yeah.
I'm innocent.
So they basically lowered it from like a second degree accomplice who was maybe like in the room
Mhm.
and just watched as what was happening but didn't do anything, to basically you were just aware of what was going on and didn't report it.
And I.
And the only reason why you're even getting the Blue Dale Mines is because they are. Because you're in this group that is sentenced to Blue Dale, so you're also sent there. But like normally you would have gotten like, I don't know, a year or 2 in prison, I guess. Which would have been more
Yeah, we have
time,
to take this to Supreme
but it would
Court.
have been safer. I suppose.
Where's my fucking lizard woman?
Yes, selling him.
Where's fucking Clarice woman?
Yeah, she watched over us. That was kind of creepy.
Why? She's
Because she wants to see us.
she's gonna be sent to Blue Mines as well. Oh no, she's fucking human.
Oh, no,
Racist sons of.
And her,
Fuck!
and her social status.
Oh yeah, fucking
No.
social media started.
Oh, you're right. And we also said that you.
No, stop.
I'll
No.
find out soon enough.
You won't get in trouble either way because you're a brigadier, matey. Good job.
If you expose me as you claim,
I didn't.
then I wouldn't be so certain that I'm not going to get in trouble.
What?
I mean, like,
I'm not of high birth.
Sorry?
I'm just another
fuck. we said a wrong dude.
Yeah. Well, he might be pinned down for anything.
It was more
I
like.
might not be sent to Bluedale, but I'll probably lose some stuff. And for that, I'll be glad to know that you're rotting in the mines.
No, I didn't say anything. Women did.
Whoever did.
And I'm rotting the fucking for 10 years now. 10 years.
Is it easy to escape?
I'm just playing with you. I'm gonna mind the shit out of that mind.
I'll tell you this. The only people who have ever escaped the mines have either gone on to become the greatest heroes or the greatest villains of all time. And I think that has more to do with them being special from the get-go.
You calling me not special?
That's exactly what I'm doing.
Like you call me not special?
He's quite
You're special in
special.
all the wrong ways. You're special in the type of way that you'll probably get yourself killed before you even get to Bluedale.
How?
Because you'll fall off your chair and hit your head on a rock and die.
I'm a lizardfolk, man. Look
You're
at the
stupid.
scales. No, I am not.
You know, you're just barely intelligent enough to keep breathing. If there ever was a soldier,
When I will be back, I will.
if there ever was a soldier that I have not missed at all, it's you, son.
When I will be back, I will challenge you and Clarice. We both will lose.
If we ever cross blades again, one of us will not come out alive.
Great.
Captain Storm is the
Looking
man.
forward to it there, women.
Well, at least Captain Storm was finally caught.
Unlike Lady Delannoy, I don't feel remorse towards killing former soldiers.
But she said she would either way if she see me again. So
She would, but you won't enjoy it. I think you're all judging her a bit too harshly. She's a good woman.
He's kind of in love with her.
I am.
How the hell could you think that when I just told you what she said? Do you think if I were that stupid, woo, then you could call me stupid.
People can fall in love with strange people.
It does explain the
But
flowers.
she wants to kill me. You think I fucking get hard on people that want to kill me?
And you would have guessed
Most
all of
people want to
everyone.
kill you.
I've heard of men who judge the attractiveness of a lady based on how easily she can snap their neck.
That's not me.
Are you sure?
Even women wants to kill you.
So you're attracted by
He doesn't want it, but he just says that.
because
No, I'm
there
pretty
is
sure he
reason.
wants to.
Why would you want to kill me? All I've done is stupid things. And
You have done a lot of
tell me, women, why would you want to kill me if I cross blades again, eh?
You humiliated
The brigade, sure.
Lady Delannoy.
What? Of course. Why wouldn't I do that?
Why would you? Do you know how much she has tried to help you? Behind the scenes, pulling strings you don't even know exist.
But can she just show that then? Because she didn't show shit. Only thing she's ever shown is one emotion.
She kind of assumed that you actually had some resemblance of a brain. That you would pick up on it.
Pick up on what?
Her hints
What hints?
that she is helping you.
With what? She wanted to, she's threatened to fucking kill
Let's
me.
get a move on. This is pointless.
And he just puts a bag over your head. You also get bags soon thereafter, and you are being led away.
Man, it's gonna be awkward to tell my patron that I lost my
Mine.
Yeah.
Mine. Mine.
You
no more
are,
tornado.
this time around, you
Fucking
are all
mine.
thrown into a much more uncomfortable cell. And
More
it
uncomfortable
is,
than
well,
mine.
on that level,
Yeah.
rather, they are thrown into this one. This time you're being held together, and it is bigger than the one you got because it has to fit 3 people instead of 1. But it is basically identical, except there are 3 piles of straw with a blanket instead of just 1.
He took our chess. Or our chess pieces.
Blue mine, let's go. Blue mine, boys. Open blue.
Hey,
Plug
okay,
in.
I have an idea. When we're getting escorted,
My fucking face, dude. Huh?
Why did you touch
on
yourself?
the way there, we escape.
You think that will be so easy? We'll be shackled and
You can just use your teeth now.
I will not destroy my beautiful teeth.
Well, I believe that it's easier to escape now or on the road than it is in the mines.
Okay, we fight, and then
right.
they will come in here, and
No,
then
no, no. Right now?
But then we'll get
No.
worse.
Maybe
You
more.
can.
Yeah, maybe more there.
And if it doesn't work, and we're in the mines, we start a revolution with all of the other slaves.
I don't think they thought that through actually. When we come back with a revolutionary army.
Right.
Just wait until I see the people in Blue Day.
The guy who started a revolution in Blue Day. I'm gonna send you there. Start a revolution.
I don't have a plan.
Like, I mean,
That's the first one.
I would
Oh no,
probably,
this is bad. I broke Storm. Oh no.
I mean, like, I would probably be out quite soon. So, like,
Yeah, so what? Will you help us? No, you won't.
I mean, as long as I get out earlier, I can.
It's more a question of do you want your stuff back, basically.
We won't be able to get our stuff back.
Yeah, that's the point.
Yes, we will. We will start a rebellion and kill the
But they have
king.
already sold their stuff.
But he has more money than I had, so
I just hope the Clarice doesn't
That
have
will-
taking Tornado hostage or something too.
we'll probably eat tornado then.
What does that mean?
That's a pirate thing.
Yeah, that's fired.
Yeah, it's like the
To the
X when you have
to
on
the
those
sea gods.
The Jolly Roger.
Yeah.
thing.
under the skull or
Right, wait. We
behind
can,
the skull.
if we escape and are in Blue Day, we can steal that big ass sapphire. You know, the pilfer tree quest.
Yeah. But how do we find him? Hey?
Research.
Jaxson only has to serve 98 days. By
I
the way.
know.
That's awesome.
But
He's like, yeah, I'm bored.
that's like 50 years for him in that condition.
Dude, this campaign has been like 1 or 2 months.
It'll probably age 50 years
Mm-hmm.
in those
Like-
3.5
My
months.
fucking look, dude. My fucking everything, man. My cloak.
Man, it's gonna be so awkward when they read
Your
this diary.
dignity. Oh, I mean, Dara.
Yeah, I've lost a lot of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Kill me, Jackson.
I'm happy to restore.
He's like, now is the perfect opportunity.
Yeah.
Oh.
The next day they just come in there and see this feral Jaxson that is sitting there like just chewing on the bones of Storm. It's like,
Huh? How does it feel? Huh? Your bones, huh?
What is
mine?
what is inside of the thing? The
So,
the cell. Is there a keyhole?
on the door.
not on inside.
Not on the inside? I have a plan.
What?
I take both of your arms and I make a crowbar out of your bones.
Yes,
The
her
sun
arms are
is
longer.
Technically, you wouldn't even be able to see. They can see because
Look.
you're in total darkness.
Oh,
Look at
There's just,
neither of you will be strong enough to open a door. I will.
Ah,
Take
right.
her bones.
there's just one problem. You do realize that crowbars are made of steel?
She has the thingies on her hand, I guess.
Still the gloves.
So she can't do anything about
the gauntlets.
it.
Plus, even if you were able to somehow cut off my arms.
Kudo.
Anyway, my bones are not strong enough to break down the door.
Worth a try.
Birth trying, well. So
Plus, how would you even make a crowbar without the tools?
With his teeth.
You've seen Storm work before. He kind of carves with his nails and chews on it. And if it's a
I
bigger
assume
piece,
you use a knife.
yeah, like
Like this
a
one.
bone knife.
no.
Well, take like the foot and do a bone knife.
Stack the cards.
Oh, That's good.
Can I have your...
No.
Are you sure?
No.
Are
You can fly.
certain?
I rather want my foot back.
You can fly.
Yes. At this point, Dara was known as the peg-leg warlock.
One-legged
fingers
Dara.
do you need to make it nice?
That's like a small ship, you know?
Dara the fingerless mage.
They just cut off my entire leg, so he can have 2 swords and he has a dagger.
I don't think this would be a good idea. Because she will scream too much. And the guards will come in.
Imagine just opening the door and you see this lizard crouched over someone and just chewing their foot off. Or some limb, while this other guy's just standing in the corner going,
Yeah,
let's go! That's the right limb, yeah!
Plus, I would probably bleed to death.
Is your bows in here?
You would be able to find them anyway because it's all dark.
Oh, yes.
Is the bones in
Give me
here?
a
Yes.
perception check.
There's one question I have. Who the
16.
fuck of you told him
Kind of
about
rat
sting
bone.
penis?
Wait. Rat bone!
That's good.
You turned into a toothpick.
I don't put it in a line. Yeah, exactly. Come at me, bro. Now I can.
Screw.
Yeah.
Oh, you mean sting penis?
Yes. Who of you told him about him?
I didn't.
I kind of did, you know. It was either sting penis or storm. So I chose to throw sting penis under the bus.
Nice, good job.
Damn it. I was trying to use him to find a way to escape.
Yeah, but now you're stuck with us instead.
Yeah, because he killed Sting Penis.
Rest in peace, Sting Pit instead. All the pets died.
With the materials, well, I could unsummon him, although
You
he
won't.
killed him the first time he touched him.
Why did you let him touch sting penis?
Because he forced me
Did
to
you think
summon
he was gonna pet your Sting Penis?
Is sting penis even legal age?
I mean, technically she didn't even let him. He was just like, can I touch it? It's like, I'd prefer not to. Just slapped him with a nat 19 to inflict wounds.
He attacked him,
Harassment.
or she, I don't
Well,
know actually.
How old is
They.
penis? So it might be a sexual harassment thing and a pedophilia thing. We can take him down.
Yeah, I don't think so. He didn't go down for multiple crimes, so I don't think.
Bestiality. No,
Him! That's a fiend!
bestiality.
Yeah, I don't think there are laws stopping anyone from sexually assaulting a imp.
When he smacks someone in the face. Rape! I think that's just assault, dude.
No, because he touched the sting penis.
Didn't touch.
Let's just try to do something.
No, oh my god, no.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You smacked him in the face.
Oh. Anyway,
Carriage, we do something.
Yeah.
Otherwise, blue veil, mines, all fine.
so does anyone of you know how we can like? Wait a minute.
Break your arms.
Hold on a second.
If you
I
break
just
your
wanna
hands,
see
you can
something.
pull them out of the thing.
I just want to take a look at my. You can keep on talking.
I try to break them because I'm so strong.
They give me a strength check.
Damn.
That's a pretty high though.
Is it straight up strength or
Athletics, sure.
fuck it is then 21?
Nowhere near. Like, you don't even feel them bend.
I would like to cast mirror image on myself just to see what happens if I cast a spell with my gloves on.
What components does that?
Verbal and somatic.
Yeah, you just can't cast it. You don't burn a spell slot or anything. It just doesn't work. Like, you start doing the verbal part, but like, you know that your fingers need to move in a certain way and they're locked in place.
I can move your fingers for you.
I start touching the ground.
What are you looking for, Storm?
I find the blanket
and lay down on the blanket. Sleep tight. See you in the mines.
Do not pull the blanket over. You have a pile of straw.
Okay, I take the straw and then
But technically, you may not even have seen it, so you could just be like, "Oh, why is there some straw?"
the blanket
I
works perfect.
go and sleep.
Alright, I mean,
Fast forward.
it's still pretty early, so Storm has already gotten so screwed up by the 2 days or so that he spent in darkness, so he can fall asleep whenever he wants now. The two of you kind of struggle to fall asleep if you're trying to do that, or well, you can meditate, so technically that's.
Yeah, it's kind of awkward when you always see everything in perfect light and you never see anything.
Fast forward. Next day.
7 years time skip.
Yeah. Exactly. 30-year-old Storm.
How many?
Captain Storm.
I mean, 30-year older
Oh,
Storm.
no, what?
How many levels
Oh,
did
yeah.
we level up in the time?
Huh?
How many levels did we level up?
Oh, yeah.
in the
Fucking
mines?
dumb.
You're back to level 1.
Sorry.
Because you forgot everything you ever
You
learned.
cannot.
No, we're just starting over. You get transported to a random place called Mistvale.
Oh.
Actually, you're level 2. And there's a big elk there.
My characters.
Oof.
And you're there with some Aasimar
With
druid
suicide.
and a big Thromeran dude with an axe. And everything is cyclical and repeats itself. Okay, so just fast forward.
Yeah.
Some time goes by, the rest of you start to realize how terrible it is to be locked up in a dark place like this, how you lose track of time almost instantly, not being able to tell either sunlight or see anything outside. Occasionally there is some sound of the guard shifts beginning and ending outside, which kind of gives you a hint that maybe it's like midday or midnight at this point. After what feels like an eternity, I guess you would be having some small talk sometimes when you all happen to be awake at the same time. But you, at some point, you hear footsteps outside. The key is turned. And in the door opening, you see the same officer that came in unlocked for pages earlier. along with at least 2 more Knights
You can
Brigade
fight him.
soldiers behind.
Yeah, he does have an unarmed attack.
Hey, get up.
5 more minutes.
1 more minute.
It's time for you to get to the mines.
How long is it? To there?
10 days or so, if all goes well.
Nice.
Okay.
It wasn't a request. I told you to get up. You get up. You can keep sleeping in the carriage.
Well, I suppose at least we can sleep there.
I will go.
I take the Raethran shield and kill him.
The toothpick size thing. Are you
When I
actually?
walk past, wait, is he a brigadier?
Yeah, he's a member of the Night Brigade.
It's officer.
Can I walk past?
What are you trying to pick?
A black pearl!
Really? That's the one thing
The
you
black pearl! Do I get advantage because I know where it is? Because I saw.
You have disadvantage because of the shackles.
Yeah. But why would I have shackles? They didn't have shackles on me when they threw me in the jail cell first time. Would I have it now?
Because now they attack.
Well, okay, fair, but they're gonna put them on before you walk outside.
Okay, great. So do I get original?
No.
I don't think it's advantage because you don't know exactly where he has it. You just know that he's carrying it somewhere, since he's an officer.
So it is advantage.
No, yeah, basically. Because of the shackles, because you're basically going over.
I have 3 locks.
I have 3 locks. Let's do this. Okay, that's alright. That's alright. Okay, okay.
You don't.
I have 19 and
no
14.
Oh yeah, 14.
Yeah, this was disadvantage. So now I can change the 14. Oh! 19 plus 25 it becomes.
Yeah, I mean,
The one thing, literally one thing.
That was my plan in the court to steal Black Pearl and get the fuck out of here. Please.
All the fucking dumb things to steal. You take the goddamn pearl.
I mean, yeah.
Yes!
Yeah, you just, like, as you're walking past, you kind of pretend to stumble a bit, and so you're like, oh, sorry, and just kind of feeling up in that, like, around the butt.
That's
you just
good,
sneak
yeah.
your hand into this tiny little pouch that is attached to the belt, and just pull it out, and, like, instantly just go away in your hand.
Does it feel like I can use it?
Maybe double check that.
Yeah.
I don't remember
Now
if
you
it's
have to
attuned or not.
unattune to it. For someone else attune to it. Swallow it.
Yeah, that was my plan as well.
If it doesn't work, well.
Do you try?
Not yet, but yeah.
I mean, we aren't getting fed enough, so might as well.
Well, you'll know when you try if it works or not.
Yep.
That's on the
I
carriage.
can't believe you. That's actually really clever. That's really clever. Okay. So they start escorting you. Again, you get the hoods on, the bags over your heads.
I guess they're holding, yeah. Or
Yeah, like you have one officer on each arm, basically, or one soldier, not an officer.
We are really dangerous
Yeah.
people.
And they're kind of like pulling you through through these corridors. Like you have the shackles on both your arms and your legs. Yeah, they're basically taking you out of the keep. You notice the daylight kind of through the weave of bag. And you can hear the hooves of a horse, like kind of scraping against the cobblestones, and you're made to climb into this onto a carriage, basically. And as you're told to take your hoods off, you're sitting in a carriage, but the carriage is completely enclosed in like a metal box, basically. Or it wouldn't be solid metal, but there are metal bars over these small windows, and the door is also like heavily metal reinforced, but the rest of it is like wood. And yeah, that's where you are. There are
No
the
windows,
benches.
Yeah.
There are two small windows with these metal bars. Like they can be shut and opened, but nothing even close.
No
big enough
keyholes
to
in the
find
carriage.
So,
And we still have shackles on.
yes, both on your hands and on your feet.
Mm-mm-mm.
There are like two benches here, so like you can lie down on
Nice.
one bench each, and then one can be on the floor between them. Which really doesn't make that big of a difference because it's wooden benches or a wooden floor; it's all the same.
Yeah.
I will say that the space is very tight, especially for you two who are on the taller
Are
side
you
of things.
really boof?
Well, yeah, but it's mostly the height thing. Like when you're trying to lie down, it's almost impossible. Even sitting up is, I'd say, difficult for you.
How's the carriage, you guys?
Well, I suppose I would just have to drop my legs when I sleep.
You are like the carriage begins to move. And starts transporting you out of the city.
Do you know how many is on the carriage?
You look outside and you see horses on each side of the carriage with Knight Brigade soldiers. On the left side of the carriage, you would see the officer who's actually coming with you.
You see that now, like out in the clear daylight, looking at his kind of badge of the Mecha Brigade. Since every company in the brigade has a slightly different badge, you realize that he is a major, just like women, but it's for a different company, one that you don't recognize. So, you begin to travel. Does anyone want to do anything in particular?
I will start
just in
screaming.
general?
Storm is attacking me!
Do you?
No. And then when they open, I start to run.
Yes, with your shackles. No.
What
I
do
use
they
the
do
word.
at the end of the day? Because it was 10 days, right? I think.
Yeah, it's 10 days.
Then you want to attune to your pearl or something?
Does it feel like I have to attune to it?
Do you want to try to use it?
No.
You can
You want to try to attune to it?
Yes.
Does not work.
It blew open.
Does it? Does not work to attune to it, but does it work to use it? Is the question. Ugh,
And you just
Scary
eat
stuff.
it, you know.
scary stuff.
How big is the turtle? Like this.
Yeah, basically. It's
So it's
just as small like a
it's-
marble.
It's swallowable.
Oh shit, I can swallow fucking
Like
this
this, yeah.
phone as a lizard.
Oh,
I can do it as a
Question is,
human.
how many times has somebody swallowed it and then let it leave, only to be swallowed again in the past?
Oh my god.
too many times. Too many times.
What did they do at the end of the day? We ride, bomb.
Well, they ride for about 8 hours-ish, 8 to 10 hours. And then they stop, set up camp for the night, make a fire
And
near.
we're just in there. In the
They come over and they push some pieces of food to the bars. But that's it. You're being kept in there.
Wait, is there any meat?
Yeah, like you get small pieces of probably something they hunted.
Okay, so no bones.
No.
We started fighting. And then when they come, open the door, stop this shit. They might not even care if we kill each other. But if they come, open the door, you push the door open. And then we all run.
But we can't run.
We
Can
jump.
you try to like open fucking
Because they have key on the shackles.
Yeah. Yeah, the shackles would have.
How about mine
Here.
first?
Fuck yours.
Like me. I can
I
use
think
spells.
mine
No.
are more.
The one whose hands are literally the weapons. Like, meh.
Doesn't they have anything?
Well, I can always bash
have
on.
the rat sheep. Left. No, not the hand.
Sure.
The feet.
Okay, give me thieves tools, improvised thieves tools thing. So disadvantage on your thieves tools roll.
Oh.
I roll luck, one of them.
Oh.
19.
Come on.
Come on!
Let's
Let's go!
be free.
Let's beat the free Indian.
Jacob is like, man, I finally found a way to punish my players by putting them in
So
jail
we
and
just
they
keep
just
on
break
doing
out.
it.
The rat sheep coming into fruition.
No,
What? 19!
No.
not these
Okay,
tools.
okay. Let me try.
So go what?
Do yours. Never know.
A disadvantage. You're not proficient for the thieves, so also just regular dexterity.
That's a pretty high though.
Yeah, they're high.
Not higher.
17.
Yeah.
It,
No, it
it
doesn't
could
work.
have been 2 natural 20s.
Yeah, let's try on normal suit.
Nice, lower.
No luck for you, B.
Well,
Mm,
we still
We
do
can
the
always
plan?
pluck and
no,
shoot
but we
next
can't run with this.
Yes, we can. We can.
time. Storm. They're as fast as you. Of course they can catch up to us.
They won't.
If they grab me, I just expand my wings. Wait, I can just fuck with them right now. I can make this room light if you want, like, you know.
Just expand their wings. What does the wings do?
Scares.
Exactly.
Oh, we can scare them!
If they get scared, don't run after him. And then we're
They can't run, like, towards me because they're scared.
I'm gonna say when you look outside and like towards the place where they've set up camp, it's probably like 12 to 16 soldiers out there.
Okay, so
Yeah, they're
okay.
we do this, okay? We can annoy the shit out of them because they can't kill us, but they can.
Annoy them.
Yeah. So I think I have spells. I got one spell.
Damn, son.
Light.
great.
So just give,
Light.
is there like a tray for the food or something? Or how did they push in the food?
No, they just push it between the bars. On
Yeah.
the windows, basically. Just
Mhm.
shove it. Prod it through the bars.
They're like, here's your
Give me the
soup.
bone.
Drink it.
We won't be able to use it. It didn't work, you know, so we can humla, 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 humla.
You cast light on it?
Uh-huh.
Okay. Yeah, so it starts glowing. Well, how bright is it? It's not too
like
bright.
a torch.
It's like- okay. Oh, that's pretty bright though.
Yeah. I wonder if there's anyone outside
You see
the
they kind of
station.
sitting there, and, like, eating and drinking, and one of them is like, hey! You see some of them are kind of coming over.
I fake chant
Hey.
spells. Humla, humla, humla.
What are you doing in there? Huh?
None of your business, bitch.
Oh, damn! We do dog, Jack.
It's definitely my business. What are you doing? Quit that. He takes a sword and starts start prodding it through the window. Alright! Maybe put it down and give it a proper beating. Is that it?
I beat the shit out of you.
You'll break all your fingers and you won't be able to do that. And let me tell you something.
I throw the bone.
He just like gives you a long line of swearing as it kind of like hits him right
That was
above
what
the
I
eye.
was doing, okay?
Son of a!
I didn't even care. I'm not even a fucking wizard, you degenerate piece of shit.
I think
You know, I'm gonna break your fingers tomorrow. And when you get to Blue Day,
Mm-hmm.
if you don't work,
If you don't work,
you get killed.
I am strong.
Oh, but not without fingers, you won't be able to hold the pickaxe. Ah!
I didn't need to throw it in your eye.
But you did, didn't ya?
I am bad at throwing.
Should have thought about that
Look
before.
how cool, it's a rat bone that's throwing.
Oh,
It's for you.
Just
It's for
steps
you.
on it, that
It's
sort
a-
of
it's a-
snaps in half.
It's a present. What the fuck?
Shove your present up your bum.
Can you do it again?
Give me something else.
Your sock.
Your soul.
no?
Dara soul.
no.
I
Don't antagonize the
cast it
guards.
on my... No. I thought about it. I cast it on Dara's... oh yeah, I cast it on the shackles. Right.
Oh, Major Nighthawk! Did you come over here? You see the officer approaches
Look, I
What
can
is
make
this
it
about?
low.
How are you doing that?
Magic man.
It's my
I can
race.
cast magic.
It's my race.
Alright, we'll shut the windows.
No, can
They,
oh well we get light now.
you hear from the outside as a key is turned in the little lock of this window that you can open and close from both sides
Now
apparently.
they can't hear us as well, okay? It's even better.
No.
Why is
You
that
can still hear you.
Shut the fuck up.
And the major goes around to the other side of the carriage and just closes the other one.
Oh
that
yeah,
locks
right.
it.
Everyone was in club. You
There's
know,
just two windows.
I'm a mage, so you should. I should have the other.
Keep it down in the.
We're gonna have a party.
We think
Duns, duns, duns,
we
duns.
think ourselves through the roof.
So start going to your
Oh my god!
Does it go into your nighttide brigade soldier?
Are you trying to bribe us?
Does the guy to your commander?
Oh, valley of plenty. Oh, nighttime brigade.
Do you want to do anything more?
No.
You don't have a party in the fucking thing. Yeah.
Well,
He sings
I
the
used
the
to
whole
like-
carriage
I
is
would
like.
like to try to like
Yeah,
I
good
don't know
luck.
what
While away at your,
I have
have my shackles or maybe the
You can certainly try. You can give me a strength check.
Do I still have my necklace at least?
What is your necklace?
Just a tooth.
No,
no.
they would have taken that right away. Like
Nice.
at this point,
Everything is gone.
at this point, the only thing you have is your clothes, and not even that is like all of it. It's
Yeah.
just basically whatever you were wearing under your clothes, like not quite underwear level, but like your undershirt and maybe your pants. Like,
Yeah, 14 is probably not enough to exactly.
you managed to
I
damage
have
the
a
bench,
fun
though.
thing to do.
So now it's kind of awkward to sit in that part. Okay, what
Well,
do you
I
want to
suppose
do?
I can make a knife out of it.
Well,
I have finished.
what do you want to do? You want to do anything now, or is it something you want to save for later?
No, it's for later. It's just in case something happens to me.
Well,
When they wake up in the morning, you pretend to be dead. And then we go out.
Yeah, and then they have to bury me, and when they're not looking, I run. Well, we all pretend to be dead.
Well, you only.
No, because if we're all
You
dead,
only.
why are only me?
Because you're best on performing, you know? Faking the death, you are
That
best
was
on.
fucking horrible. Could be.
You fake your death. They have to open the thing, we run.
Yeah.
But we can't run with the ship.
We jump, we burn, does everything. You spread your freaking wings and then we out.
I can't fly.
But you spread them so they get scared and but like okay.
It usually doesn't work.
What do you mean?
Like, some people get afraid, and like most people, what the fuck?
Just try in your way, right? You have to believe in yourself.
I have a plan to, in case that dude wants to break my fingers. He won't be happy.
You just want to scare him with your
that was
wings.
suspicious.
Sleep tight, that gate.
Alright.
Next day.
Yeah.
Finger breaking
My
time!
question is, do you have anything you want to do on a specific day, or should we just fast forward until something happens?
San Francisco.
I need to pee.
Yeah, on day 45.
On day 3, I want to pee.
Out of the whole day shot it. Yeah, I ask when it's the morning next day. How do we go to the toilet? Yeah.
You see that there's this little kind of hatch at the back of the like on the door at the back of the carriage where you've been receiving food like through that, or you weren't. No, you weren't receiving food through that. But there is this little thing that they open. It's like just through here.
How? Like if I have to shit.
Well, you figure it out.
Okay.
Just push it through or something. I don't know. I'm not standing here, you son of a.
Alright. Oh, relieving, dude. What do you want?
Well, we have lost everything, so might as well have fun with what we have.
Throw it.
Oh my. Okay, we wait until something happens.
Alright, well, the days go by. Man doesn't come back to try to break your fingers.
Good.
Yeah.
The hatch is open all the time. I guess, now.
Well, you can open the phone.
Okay, nice.
I will make my shackles cool. I will make everyone's shackles cool.
How?
Like,
Wait, is it? I need to see if it's concentration.
I think light might be concentration.
Because if it's not, everything will be fucking lit up.
Just sitting there, like, especially Dara with the like her sensitive eyes. It's just
You have
a spellcaster can't cast spells. Stop
Hey,
casting.
can you learn me some spell?
Oh, am I gonna learn him how to warlock?
Learn me how. Introduce me to your.
Okay, when does happen things? We wait until things happen. Yes. No life, no
So, on the 9th day of traveling,
nice.
We're raided by soldiers.
Storm. As you're kind of sitting there doing whatever, just like twiddling your thumbs or something, you hear a sound as if it's coming from within your mind.
Dara,
This
stop.
susurrous noise that just feels like, and it grows until you hear what sounds like an echoing voice that says,
Found out your items being sold. You okay? Considering purchasing them. Can hold on to them for a while, but will sell if not repaid.
it's the familiar voice
Yeah,
of Shriek.
yeah.
Is it like a sending kind of thing?
Can I speak back?
You feel as though you can speak back, although you will be limited to a certain number of words.
25.
So, metagame.
What the fuck?
Yeah.
I wanted to see him fail miserably and get cut off in the middle, but now it's gonna know.
But
Yeah.
I can't buy them back.
Is that all you say?
I have no gold. They stole that. And 10 years. In Blue Day mines.
Okay.
Nice.
Perfect.
Yeah.
No, you have one word left.
Oh.
Bitch.
Captain. Storm at your service.
Just in Blue Dale Mines, Captain.
Shut down.
Should we be offended that he contacted Storm before any of us?
Captain Storm at your service.
The thing is that Storm is kind of the one who is constantly running back to him asking questions or something.
Yeah.
Quite.
And he's most unique one.
Some time passes, and then you get another reply.
So, should I sell them? I'm sure you'll find a way out sooner or later. Seems like you'd manage somehow.
Buy them, thank you. Of course, I am Captain Storm after all. See you in Thomera. Fucking Wenderfall, I guess, when I'm out there.
I'm pretty sure something cuts off somewhere.
I think it just
Yeah,
fairly,
perfect.
like, with the stuttering and all, it gets difficult to track.
Not even the spell understands what one word is or when he's.
Well,
Great.
Yep. So
Trade contacted me. We buy all stuff. Nice.
And what do you
And?
do with them?
You just wait for us when we return, I guess.
Hopefully.
10 years later.
3.5 months later.
So on the last day, you're starting to go into the mountains. Obviously, the windows have been open again since the first night. Assuming that you don't keep disturbing them during like dinner time.
They pee on them.
No!
They have started being careful.
Yeah,
at this point.
Yeah.
the other
Um,
one more than. And don't beat us.
so you start going on these paths, or there's like a valley that leads between the mountains. So it's a very beautiful landscape. There's all these spring flowers scattered over these wide
Give me a flower!
fields, and the mountain sides with just a little bit of snow on the top that hasn't melted yet because it's still just mid-spring. And you keep going there through the valleys for one more day until on the 10th day you start seeing in the distance as the carriage turns to follow the path. You see on 3 separate mountain sides these houses that have been constructed, built into the mountains themselves, and on the ground, probably like 50 feet beneath the rest of the city that is in the mountains, there is more of a village type landscape that spreads out below it. And there are also some walls, and the architecture is very strange and old. You know that, or those of you who have been to some sort of dwarven society would know that this is basically the architectural style of dwarves. At least the older mountain parts of it. The carriage keeps getting closer, and at some point you hear one of the soldiers kind of yell out, "Oi! Watch out!" And there is some creature that just makes this screaming sound somewhere, and you hear it kind of fighting. Do you try to look out? To
Yeah.
Yeah, this is cool.
You kind of have to take turns because all of your faces
I'm first.
can fit through the.
Who's first?
Initiative.
Fuck me.
Yeah, I get there first.
I go second.
Yeah, you just
Fuck you,
push
Dara.
up your face against it, and you see this big humanoid almost creature,
Arisa.
probably like 8 or 9 feet tall,
Yes, definitely there is.
kind of hunched over. It reminds you of the troll-like creature you fought in the Forest of Fae when Jalkar was still with you, I believe.
Shut that shit off!
Only this one has large blue crystals that have been shoved into its back that are just protruding and glowing as this kind of
trying to help us. Let's
Point
go.
out that
Is he like a bird?
bird.
no, it's like a humanoid shape on them. It
Let's
looks
go, monster.
similar to
Let's
the troll
go.
that you saw once, what seems like a very long time ago.
Yeah.
Jesus.
You see that it gives the soldiers quite a beating, but they eventually manage to cut it down. They get to the legs and just like chop one off just beneath the knee so that it kind of collapses to the side, and it just gets one more swipe in.
Did someone die?
You're unsure. I mean, some are unconscious. None is like super clearly dead, but it didn't rip anyone apart exactly. But the soldiers, you see that the officer eventually manages to kind of, like, once one of the legs is down, he just leaps up and cuts the head off in a single decisive strike. And as he does, these crystals, they just shatter and turn to these small fragments that kind of like cut some of the soldiers that are closest to them before they just shatter to the even smaller powder that just glitters in the sunlight as they fall to the ground and vanish completely.
Mm-hmm.
You see the soldiers, they kind of go over and they take care of their wounded and gather them up, help them back.
And you wish they had a healer right now. I can.
Well, yeah, one of the wounded soldiers is the man that you urinated on.
If we can piss on you.
Urinated then. You rest in peace, man.
Is the one who wanted to break my finger?
Oh, it's the same one.
I through the hatch. Can I like reach a stone or something?
No. No, like, the hatch is still like this far
Remember, you can shit.
the ground, kind of.
Yeah, and the damage on him with my shit. It's so hard because I'm just
Sometimes
trapped.
If you get inside.
awesome.
Snowball.
It's super effective.
Okay, nice. What happens next? They keep on going.
Yeah, you keep traveling after about like half an hour to an hour of them taking care of their people. You see that there's a band of dwarves in armor that seem to come running up to the group and help take care of some of them. That seem to be some sort of guard force, although the guards here seem to be more well equipped than in the other cities you've been to. You basically keep going, and after another couple hours of traveling, you actually reach the city. And you go through this kind of lowland valley area with the houses, peasants, many of who are looking ragged and tired and almost sickly. Some who have been stained by like coal and other sort of dirt, just come out of their houses and look at you as your carriage is passing through the town. Kind of with amazement, confusion, but most of them know that you're prisoners about to be condemned to death in mines. You stop. The carriage is unlocked. And the officer stands outside.
I want
Come
to
on.
put the pearl in my mouth before we stop and stuff.
I saved all the shit from the from the journey and gonna move now.
No, you're not. All the shit.
Can you imagine how horrendous it would smell in there?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I know.
Sort of 10 days worth of that. Considering the bad food you've been getting as well, like how
Exactly.
little it is.
That's
it would
fucking
be all like,
boring.
yeah.
Plus, Jaxson is the one who wouldn't, because he wouldn't make it.
Like Jackson's stomach is probably quite sensitive from
So
getting all this nice
disturbing
food all
To see a carriage just going there.
Oh no. What have I done?
Yeah, exactly. Okay, nice. What happens?
Don't worry, we didn't do this in
You
prison.
see behind him there is this man dressed in armor that all of you recognize, but
Like, please.
armor that especially Jaxson and Dara have learned to fear.
Oh,
Oh shit.
It is the armor of a null magus.
whoa.
Crap. This kind of darker armor of the heavier variety, because some of them are lighter, some of them are heavier.
Now you can't do magic.
You see he has
Oh,
a long sword strapped to his back and a whip on his attached to his hip. This very stern-faced-looking man, dark hair, kind of grayish eyes. You see some scars on his neck and on his face, on his exposed hands. Some that look almost like burns, probably magical fire. Others that look like strange patterns of smaller wounds that are difficult to identify. And he just looks at all of you. And the officer of the Nighthead Brigade who brought you there says, this here is Warden Mikolai Janiak. You will be the warden here and take care of you. Do you understand?
Yes.
I will release you from your shackles now. Do not attempt to run.
Run.
Let me assure you that the warden is well equipped to deal with people that attempt to flee.
Don't know it.
And he walks up first to Jaxson, locks your legs first, then your hands. Then Storm,
I
and
run.
lastly Dara.
Yeah, people don't like mages.
You see the null mages, the warden, kind of stands there. I suppose it is time for me to go over the rules. Each day consists of 12-hour work shifts that include 2 hours, 2 breaks, 1 hour long each, for food. You begin your shift at 5 a.m. and end it at 5 p.m. The food you will be served consists of soups and stews of all the wastes gathered from the non-miners of the city, as part of their taxes is paid in the form of rests. After your shift has been concluded, each worker is expected to report to their supervisor. In your case, it is either me or the overseer Stanislaus Kestenbaum. As he says that, give me a history check. If you do not already recognize the name.
Yeah, I sort of recognize. Wait a minute. Didn't we have a job?
9.
11.
23. 21. 21.
Either is fine. The two of you, was it 9 and 11? Yeah, to you, it seems familiar, as if you've heard it at some point. Dara, you know that this is the man that was part of one of the jobs offered by the outcasts. He was the one who had the stone that you were tasked to either steal or destroy. He continues. Failing to report within half an hour of your shift's end will result in 10 lashes. In addition, once per week, each miner may apply for a supervised leave. If the prisoners have not been punished in the past week, they are granted permission and are accompanied by me. The leave is taken after the shift is over and lasts for up to 4 hours. Misbehavior while on leave is punished with 10 lashes. During leave, prisoners may request to visit the river, to be washed. Miners are also expected to take good care of their equipment, that being pickaxes and tools and clothes. A pickaxe may be replaced once per year if it has been broken or damaged by natural reasons that are expected to be part of the job. Clothes can be exchanged once per week. Requesting new equipment before the designated replacement time will result in 5 lashes per replaced item. Conditions for release are either completed time of servitude or a paid debt determined depending on the time you have been sentenced to. That debt can be paid by collecting minerals and gems in the mines. Keep that down, would you? Alternatively, if you were to stumble across a single Bluedale sapphire that is enough to be released up to 25 years earlier than the assigned time. Do you know what a Bluedale sapphire is?
No idea.
Wrong. It is not an ordinary sapphire. It is a sapphire that glows. A sapphire with what looks like a smoke inside it. Such sapphires are usually somewhat bigger than ordinary ones as well. If you find such a sapphire, you come and you report it to me, and you will immediately have your sentence reduced by said 25 years. Do you have questions? Yes.
Does the depth decrease for each day you're here?
It decreases based on how much you find. If you're able to mine a significant enough amount of treasures, then that is what your sentence will be reduced by in terms of monetary gold. Yes.
How much? That is like 1 month.
$1,000 gold.
50,000 gold.
10 true resurrections.
Let me think.
10 copper.
500 gold. You should know this.
It is easier to simply say that a year of servitude is about 100,000 gold of valuables. It is rare for anyone to be released based on their collections.
So like 1 true resurrection for you. Oh yeah,
2.5 million gold for
oh,
one
3 true resurrection.
crystal. What the fuck?
Any more questions? Great. I will take you to where you are to live. You are not allowed to leave your home unless you have been granted leave. Doing so will result in many lashes. Follow me and do not try anything. I can assure you I am a fast runner. Come on.
Easy. Should we bet on it?
Yes, Storm. Why don't you?
He kind of walks and like ushers you to walk in front of him, and then he kind of guides you as you're walking and says, left.
Right.
So on.
Left,
Does anyone
right,
want to try it?
Right.
I'm a kid, this dude.
No.
You see he brings out his whip and kind of like whips the ground when you're not walking fast enough.
I walk fast enough.
Come on, walk faster.
Yeah,
You
I
still
walk
have
fast.
plenty of energy. Energy you will not see until way after your sentence is completed. Come on. You walk until you get to this small house. The windows have been barricaded. And the door seems quite solid. He just goes, he just knocks on the door 3 times, and it is opened, and you see this dwarven man, very dirty from all the dust and whatnot that he must encounter daily in the mines. And he opens.
Ah, Warden! Great to see ya! These are the new ones, huh?
Yes. Go on. Your housemates will show you around.
Mm-hmm.
Remember not to try anything stupid. It will only punish you. And whoever may be conveniently helping you. Get inside.
Yeah, we do that.
Actually, technically, he would knock and then unlock it himself. It wouldn't be unlocked from within. And then when you go inside, the door shuts and he locks it behind you. I think that's a good point to end today's session.
Rather.
So what we have is a group condemned to suffering, but with just a grain of hope, especially since you got that pearl.
I mean,
Yeah, I have some hope. Those two I don't.
Well, you know,
Maybe.
you're also the one who's the most doomed if you fail, so...
Exactly.
what if they come back and they're like, who took my pearl?
See you later.
Um,
And why would they assume that? They could have just dropped it anywhere.
Well, you know, at least someone got something out of this.
Yeah,
Black
easy, let's go. My
You're now down to one magical item. But it's okay, you didn't have that many before either.
yeah.
Yeah.
Besides straight
We had 1, 2, 3, 4,
Okay, fair enough, you had a few, but
Yeah.
it's...
5. No.
1, 2, 3. You have the gloves.
Oh yeah, the gloves as well. They have 5.
You know, I'm sort of glad about all my spells because most
6.
of my materials are like super common items, like a bit of fleece, a cup
Yeah,
of
fuck are
water.
you?
a cup of water. Ooh, I
Yeah.
wouldn't have that.
Rare.
You're drinking out of buckets, son.
Oh no! Oh no! I need a cup.
Hopefully the black pearl is worth some, so I can get my mom's back. You know.
Unfortunately, invisibility has something I cannot go with.
Well, that's this was kind of perfect. Things. I was worried that you were gonna do something crazy that was gonna succeed and completely derail the entire campaign, but you would be free somehow, and I would be sitting here panicking, not knowing what I'm gonna do next.
We just accept.
But
our
at least
fate.
I had stuff planned for this. So
If the brigaders was in the court, I would have stolen a pearl and bounced, and you two would have been alone. Or tried it.
Well, I did consider trying to escape with the imp, but I didn't find the way. So I decided, hey, if I wait for the tormentor, I can like
dude,
make him follow him.
that was like a big thing though, because like
Yeah.
I had completely not thought about your imp.
Yeah.
And then Jaxson mentioned it to the tormentor. Otherwise, like you would have been able to do a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
So I was like, he's not gonna know about this. Nobody knows about it. So
Should say that Jaxson screwed me over big
it
time.
was like the tormentor got worried when he heard that you kept a pet fiend. He was like, yeah, I gotta get rid of this thing. Like, I ain't gonna risk her trying something when I'm in the room or whatever. But yeah, that was well,
Interesting session.
yeah. The court thing was intense. And, that
No
was-
persuasion checks. I need my suggestion.
Well, Storm got a finalizing persuasion check,
Yeah. Oh yeah, right, that one.
which failed, of course.
Yeah.
Of course.
Not by that much though, which is I don't know if that makes it better or worse.
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 I mean, it would have been 7.5 years anyway, so.
No.
Hey, we can be prison mates.
Yeah.
I will get out
Black
I mean,
is
like, Jaxson, basically, like, statistically speaking, he probably has, like, a 25% chance of survival, just in general, if he was any minor. Because people tend to die, like, within the first half year, for sure. But, like, 3.5 months, at least, like, 25%, maybe even 50%
I am
survival.
strong boy with
Yeah,
a good
that's
constitution.
also part of it. But, you know, the mines are known for, like, collapsing and whatnot, so that's kind of why people tend to die. Because it's very rich on, like, ore and stuff, but it is also quite unstable.
I'm gonna scream everywhere.
The mountains collapse.
Run!
the entire thing collapses.
Well, yeah, that was an interesting session, though, so I'm not gonna complain.
So we're back to square one again.
Uh,
But now we know that we have to absolutely kill the entire Delannoy family.
Great.
Mhm.
I like that plan. No one likes us. Well,
I mean, you do know, though, that Ledger de la Nuit did not know anything about any of that. Like, that was
Okay.
confirmed by his own.
We might. Well, you know what they say: always end the bloodline.
He's a man in his 70s.
Yeah, but if you don't end the bloodline, some distant relative is just gonna come back and say, "You killed my family."
The entire bloodline would include the entire Golden Oak House, one of the biggest and wealthiest families in the entire Dawn world. No, actually, the biggest and wealthiest family in the entire Dawn world. They're the Rothschilds
I'm not gonna
Yeah.
of
do
this
that,
world.
you know.
Yeah, that's awkward.
They,
Well,
they
I
literally
suppose-
own every major bank on the continent.
Yeah, that is kind of unfortunate, but you know,
And-
always end the bloodline.
And have the most famous and popular artist of your time.
The hardest choices require the strongest will.
A small price to pay for salvation.
Mhm.
But you have a point when you say that the Delannoy sisters are probably gonna cause you trouble.
Yeah, that.
Fucking douchebags entering
And you haven't even met the oldest one. That's the
Yeah.
best thing.
You know what? Why didn't any one of us like say that the Delannoy twins also knew about this shit going down?
Would be harder for you to prove them.
Well, if we
Who can be
use
bothered?
the
Plus,
Seven of Truth,
True. But technically you never knew for sure that they knew about the Nicodemus assassination.
oh yeah, right.
I don't think, anyway.
I think they implied that.
They definitely. I know that they said something like, "Oh yeah, you're gonna have a busy day tomorrow."
Yeah, right.
I think it was.
But I am not sure if they ever made any implications about the Nicodemus assassination.
I think so. I think it was some.
Because I know for sure that I think it was Eileen before leaving that said like, "Oh yeah, you're gonna have a busy day tomorrow."
But I think Clarice, I said something about what. I'm
Well,
going to do
Clarice
at the
did
moment.
say that she has said something along the lines of, "Well, every Delannoy shares their things with the others," which obviously was disproven though, since their father didn't know anything.
So anyway, to wrap this up, I still think it's like a 6 out of 10 chance
On what?
of Storm and Delannoy being something in the air. It went down from 7 out of 10.
How the fuck? It went from 1 to 0.
I mean,
Well,
she was the most emotional I've ever seen her.
You know
ever.
the saying, hate always begins with, or love always begins with hate.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's a saying in English, but it is.
I feel like
Swedish
it's actually the reverse of it. Hate usually starts
stuff. I
with
mean, they're
love.
both basically the same thing.
Yeah, sort of.
Two sides of the same coin.
It's like a two things.
But like, yeah, I don't know. The Delannoy family.
Say that when I have a head in my hand.
Yes, I would still think it would be like a 3 out of 10.
Resurrected.
Like the thing is,
You will save the head and
I-
bring it everywhere with you.
I love the Delannoy family as a DM's tool. They are just the best thing to have.
Yeah, that.
Like, it's so much fun.
Yeah, when you can flaunt around with your power.
I'm just like I am waiting to be able to introduce Burnett as well. Oh, it's gonna be
We
glorious.
just keep
We will just diss the whole Delaware family and never talk to them again.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're gonna skip town.
We're going to
Either-
the sea.
And if
Let's
that
go.
doesn't work, we just kill Vernetta's son.
The big
No.
question is, are our characters like, yeah, Belleron is a shitty place.
Yeah.
Let's just leave this place.
My character thought about that. There was a
But Storm wants his stuff, though. So, and that is in vendor thought quite
But
sadly.
did he go sell the items?
Well,
No.
we can,
He found where they were selling it, and he asked.
What
if they
Schreiber said
buy.
was that he found out that
Mm-hmm.
your items were being sold. He asked if you were okay, and then said that he is planning on buying them and he can hold on to them for a while.
For a while.
But
10
that he will
years.
sell them if you can't buy them back.
Mm-hmm.
And so Storm said something about like, yeah, but we don't have any money. And then he was like, well, should I sell them? And I think Storm just said like, no, got something.
Okay.
well, we have to work our way to get back your stuff.
You know, like Schreiber is one of very few people that doesn't outright hate you.
Why does everyone hate us?
We have
Cuthbert
to
doesn't
nothing
hate us.
wrong.
Cuthbert is nice.
Well, yeah, since you got the letter, sure, she is thankful.
we have
Well,
to
she was awful
go.
person even
Right.
before.
So,
Well, let's end it there then.
Yeah.
All right. Got a bit rambly
GGs.
band there, but
See ya.
new adventures. Let's go.